Silent Hill. And we've actually got a really interesting set of documents here. Some documents that I really like the way they are portrayed in this game, in the original Silent Hill 2. I'm not a big fan of how they changed this for the Silent Hill 2 remake, but I'll kind of get into that. But it seems to be about the patients hospitalized here. Jack Davis. He has attempted suicide 3 times in the past for reasons unknown. Although he is normally a model patient who follows doctors' and nurses' orders, he must be watched closely due to his past pattern of sudden and violent suicide attempts. Joseph Barkin. His illness seems to be rooted in the fact that he believes he is guilty of causing his daughter's death. His symptoms suggest a psychotic break and paranoid delusions. Normally calm, but has a tendency towards violence when excited. Joshua Lewis. History of hospitalization, as well as numerous assault, battery, and other violent offenses. He has a strong persecution complex and a tendency to solve things through violence. Extreme caution necessary. So, the documents covering these 3 patients are meant to be parallels to our 3 main characters, to Angela Orozco, to Eddie Dombrowski, and of course to James Sunderland himself. Jack Davis has attempted suicide 3 times, normally a model patient, but must be watched closely due to the pattern of suicide attempts. This is meant to be a parallel to Angela, but as we see with these characters, there's sort of a little bit of overlap between them. There are facets that they all have in common. James himself also being suicidal, especially given the in water ending and his reason for coming to the town in the first place to take his own life, and then creating the fake letter as part of his delusion. But this is meant to be mainly a parallel towards Angela. Joseph Barkin, who believes he is guilty of causing his daughter's death. Psychotic break, paranoid delusions, normally calm, but has a tendency towards violence when excited. This is our parallel towards James, guilty of causing his wife's death, had a psychotic break upon arriving in the town, paranoid delusions, creating this false reality. Wife died 3 years ago when she actually died sometime within the week. Normally calm, normally a stand-up person, but can be pushed towards violence when excited. We even see little aspects of that seep through James's character. Like, we will even see that later here in Brookhaven with getting upset with Laura, calling her a liar very suddenly, very angrily. Joshua Lewis. Numerous assault, battery, and violent offenses. Strong persecution complex. Tendency to solve things through violence. That's Eddie to a T. Persecution complex. Eddie thinks everyone is trying to bully him. People who just look at him, he thinks they're making fun of him with their eyes. And he solves these problems through violence. The football player, he shoots him in the leg. He kills his dog. So, this is Eddie to a T. So we're supposed to get the idea, not that these patients are literally James, Angela, and Eddie, but the fact that there are people who are parallels to these characters being treated in this hospital, and the way that the doctors treat them sort of gives you some insight into our own characters, um, into our own main characters through James, Angela, and Eddie. What I dislike about how this is presented in the remake, they remove the patient names and details to leave it more ambiguous, which some people might prefer. This is a matter of preference, after all. But I dislike the fact that they remove those ideas, and it has opened up a lot of new players who are not familiar with the original playing the remake and experiencing those notes and coming to the conclusion that James, Eddie, and Angela are literally patients in Brookhaven who are just being treated for mental disorders, and sort of go down the rabbit hole of like, maybe it's just happening in your head kind of thing. It sucks that that is also emphasized by some of the other games coming out, stuff like Silent Hill F, where it's very strongly implied that everything is just sort of happening in Hinako's mind. So it kind of, to me, the remake in conjunction with the new games and the way information like this is presented, I feel like it can lead a lot of new players into some very old and very long since debunked interpretations of the story, of the characters, and of these games. So I'm not a fan of how it's portrayed in the remake, but again, this is one of those things that comes down to personal preference. Some people like those ideas and theories, which is fine if you do. It's just not, it doesn't line up with the original games and intentions from the original developers, and it can cause a lot of friction when those new fans start trying to discuss stuff with the old fans, and people see things so differently. But it is what it is. But I do like just the notes, the way they're included in this game, how it is presented, giving us the parallels with these characters, the fact that they all have J names, even being little kind of hints towards how they reflect aspects of James himself. Something is written on it. So this is an interesting note in general as well. The potential for this illness exists in all people, and under the right circumstances, any man or woman would be driven like him to the other side. And I've got some thoughts on notes like this too, because I've seen a lot of fans who support the idea of the Silent Hill phenomenon that was presented in Silent Hill: The Short Message, and will often cite this note as being like, well, it's always been that. And I disagree, and I'll get into that a little bit more. The potential for this illness exists in all people, and under the right circumstances, any man or woman would be driven like him to the other side. The other side perhaps may not be the best way to phrase it. After all, there is no wall between here and there. It lies on the borders where reality and unreality intersect. It is a place both close and distant. Some say it isn't even an illness. I cannot agree with them. I'm a doctor, not a philosopher, or even a psychiatrist. But sometimes I have to ask myself this question. It's true that to us, his imaginings are nothing but the inventions of a busy mind. But to him, there simply is no other reality. Furthermore, he's happy there. So why? I ask myself, why in the name of healing him must we drag him painfully into the world of our own reality? Something else is written by hand. I got the key from Joseph. It's probably the key to that box. And we get the purple bull key. So with notes like these, I feel like it's important to not necessarily just take them at face value. This is not a perfectly understood and an explained way for the other world to work and for things like that to work. What this is somebody who is trying to use logic to make sense of the unnatural, otherworldly things that are happening in this town and affecting people who are patients in the hospital. Imagine being outside of the influence of the town's power, but still living here or working here, being part of the Silent Hill town, but not being subjected to other worlds and manifestations and delusions and things like that, which would be most of the town's population. Like the vast majority of people living and working and existing in Silent Hill, they're not experiencing personal trauma demons. They're not experiencing other worlds and strange things like that. For the vast majority of people, it's just a town. To them, it's relatively normal. Every once in a while, someone mysteriously dies. Every once in a while, there's a murder, but the same could be said of any place. People go missing in the town where I live, where you live. It's part of reality. People get murdered. These things happen. It's just part of reality. So the idea of this just being an outside perspective, especially the mind of a doctor who's trying to figure it out in a logical sense, what somebody who is experiencing some strange otherworldly phenomena would be subject to. So I feel like using this note as sort of an excuse to hand wave, like, see, this says that the potential for the illness exists in all people, and anybody under the right circumstances could have an otherworld. It could just happen anywhere in the world. This note right here in Silent Hill 2 says it. This is from an outside perspective of a doctor who doesn't really fully understand what is even happening. It's somebody looking at it from a logical sense of, sense of mentality, from a logical point of view, trying to make sense of it. The same way, somebody like Douglas in Silent Hill 3, missing person in Silent Hill, never did find the guy. You don't think of it as like, oh, he probably slipped into another dimension between reality and here and the unreality intersection. No, it's just someone went missing, couldn't find them. So the idea that this doctor has seen enough and experienced enough with these patients to try and understand it as best as he can, but without having experienced and the other world or any of these things himself, is still just giving the logical outside perspective, trying to make sense of something that is nonsensical by any sort of real world reality logic. This note's at the end of the hospital. Yeah, in the remake, you don't get this note until right at the very end of Brookhaven before you leave. More of a some residents see things that are invisible to everyone else as opposed to another dimension, right? So the town being abandoned is all part of the other world. It is an aspect of reality being altered. It's not necessarily the other world, but the typical way that you think of it and the typical way that it's portrayed, especially in the original games. Now, I say original games, but there's so many different things I got to talk about. It's hard to organize my thoughts. We got to start at the beginning. The game Silent Hill, the first one, was not written as the entry to a long-running franchise. It was made to be a standalone game. And then it did well, so Konami kept Team Silent around to make some sequels. So the way that things are established and set up in Silent Hill 1 are not necessarily how they are portrayed in the games that come to follow. In Silent Hill 1, the idea is that there literally is no difference in otherworld and reality. Reality becomes the otherworld in Silent Hill 1. Everyone experiences the same otherworld. You don't get your own little personal pocket dimensions where you're seeing stuff differently from the person next to you, where Harry's seeing one thing and Kaufman's seeing another. They all experience the same otherworld, and Harry describes it as reality becoming a nightmare. That someone's nightmarish delusions, in the case of Silent Hill 1, Alessa's nightmarish delusions, are coming to life. Your subconscious, your nightmares, your fears become real. And that is the otherworld. It is reality becoming a nightmare. That concept gets a little bit changed going forward. With Silent Hill 2, it's not something that is happening to everyone the same way. It's based on perspective. So James is seeing his version of the town. Angela is seeing her version of the town, which is not the same as James. Eddie is seeing his version of the town, which is not the same as James or Angela. Laura is seeing an empty town, which is not the same as any of the other characters, but none of these things are necessarily reality either. The town is not described as being abandoned. Again, going back to Silent Hill 1, it's a tourist town that is sort of winding down in population. A lot of the younger people have moved away from the town, and a lot of the older residents are either part of the cult or they just sort of clam up and mind their own business. So the town is still functioning. Harry Mason wouldn't drive Cheryl to an abandoned town for vacation. The town was still known as a tourist destination, even at that point. And if you look at the progression of the town from game to game, going into Silent Hill 2, we go through Brookhaven in Silent Hill 2 and we see a lot of typewriters. We go through this same Brookhaven in Silent Hill 3 and we see those typewriters have been upgraded into computers. There's changes in technology, there's changes in the environment to imply that there are still people around here, that places are still functioning, and technology and car models and things like that are all becoming more modern with the population that's still here. So after Silent Hill 1, which kind of established like reality just becomes a nightmare and there is no separate distinction of dimensions, Silent Hill 2 and onward, things kind of split up into perspective-based dimensions. There is reality, where the town still functions. It's not completely abandoned. There's less population than there was in previous years, but it's not totally empty. It's not crumbling and abandoned. There's still people living there. It's still a functioning town. That's reality. You never see that reality in the games, ever. From your perspective as a player through the eyes of the protagonist, you only see the fog world, a separate layer of reality where the town seems abandoned. And exactly how abandoned, exactly how decrepit it is, exactly how deteriorated it is, depends entirely on the perspective of the person experiencing it. For James, he sees a lot of decay and things that are reflective of Mary decaying and dying. That's part of his subconscious, and that's how reality is being painted for him. For Angela, she sees fire. For Eddie, he experiences cold. And all of these things are shown throughout the experiences of these games. We get little glimpses into what Angela's experiencing, into what Eddie's experiencing, but they don't overlap except for some very particular moments, mostly for the player's benefit to kind of see these differences in perspective, these differences in reality, layers of reality. So you only really see Fog World in the games, and you only see the other world through the perspective of the games. And again, the other world after Silent Hill 1 is not something that affects everybody in one blanket standard way. It is affected by an individual's perception. So it's a common misconception that, you know, the town is just functioning in reality and people like James are just running around town killing people or swinging their pipe at nothing. That's not the case. People from reality are not perceiving somebody experiencing the fog world. If they are not seeing you, you're not seeing them. From the perspective of the townspeople, like if someone slipped into the other world, if you and I took a trip to Silent Hill and I slipped into the other world, for you, you would stay in reality. You continue seeing the normal tourist town the way that it is, and you would just see me go missing. You could go and talk to the police. The police station is functional. You can go and hire a detective, someone like Douglas Cartland, who would be unable to find the missing person because he cannot interact with the fog world or other world that I've been pulled into. Likewise, I experiencing the fog or other world would no longer see you. I would no longer perceive the town as inhabited. It's separate little pockets of reality that are heavily affected by how the people in each pocket are perceiving it based on their subconscious. Yeah, Silent Hill 1, you've got, you know, Michael Kaufman. When you first meet Kaufman, there's a dead air screamer at his feet, and he straight up just talks to Harry about it. Like, have you even heard of such things? These aberrations? Like, nobody could believe this, but they're experiencing the same nightmare. It's all coming from Alessa. They're not experiencing their own personal turmoil and inner trauma portrayed into reality around them. They're all experiencing Alessa's nightmare. But again, that idea had to change for Silent Hill 2 and evolve as the series went on. But no, it's one of those things that is never directly addressed. They leave it very much open to interpretation. Developers rarely give like concrete, definitive information around the state of the town or anything like that. But just from the context of the games, you kind of get that idea that there's all these separate little individual perspectives of reality that are not able to interact with each other except for very few and far between moments. The movie also, we could be here for hours if we're going to talk about how messed up people's ideas of what Silent Hill is and how it works. Um, how all of that got screwed up by the movies. Like, the movies are completely separate. You can't take any information from any of the movies and apply it to the games or how they work. It doesn't work that way. Those are completely different worlds, universes, different rules for everything. The movies are their own thing, completely unrelated to the games. But yeah, that's also, if you're just a new fan and you don't know any better, you're not going to see it that way. Like, you don't know what information to consider as, you know, canonical, or what's relevant or what isn't relevant. So it causes a lot of confusion, especially for new fans.
Ow!
What's wrong?
I just pricked myself.
Are you okay?
Yeah.
Just pricked myself. Got a shotgun. All right, Hirimi. Have a great night, man. Take it easy. Watched Return to Silent Hill the other day. It's not horrible if you try to ignore the game, but seriously, happy I didn't come out raging like I thought I would. I mean, I feel like stuff like Return to Silent Hill, you know, obviously it's a huge, huge departure unrelated to the actual games. But it's going to be less problematic as the first movie, because the first Silent Hill movie was a lot of people's introduction to Silent Hill in general. This is the third movie based on Silent Hill 2, which just had a very popular remake come out a couple of years ago. Most people who are going to go see Return to Silent Hill, it's not their first introduction to Silent Hill. Most of them have seen at least the first movie, maybe Revelation, and most likely already played at least Silent Hill 2 Remake. So I feel like there's going to be far fewer people who are just seeing Return to Silent Hill as their first Silent Hill anything. It's mostly going to be fans who are already familiar with at least some other Silent Hill things, and they can very easily and quickly notice, like, oh, this is different. Like, this is completely different. But when that first movie came out, people didn't realize that. A lot of people just saw the movie, they didn't know anything really about the games, and they just assumed, oh, that was a decent movie, that must be exactly how the games are. That first one caused a lot more confusion than I think Return will. There's a typewriter here. I've got no use for this. Wait a minute. There's a sheet of carbon paper still stuck in the typewriter. I can still read the imprint left on it. I know it. I know the number of the box. 9831. It can't help him anymore. The button key doesn't scare me, so nobody can stop who I am. I don't know who I am. Is who I am is who I am is. Anyone else here remember carbon paper? Yeah. My first several jobs, we still had to use carbon paper for credit card transactions before the days of having the infrastructure to just instantly run them. And we still keep a few carbon paper notepads around. Sorry, Maria. Oh, also, just one of the things that I really like a lot about the original Silent Hill 2 that the remake couldn't really replicate just because of the nature of how it works. I love how going into each room as you explore throughout Brookhaven, Maria just materializes in the room. She's just sort of already in a random corner of the room anytime you go into a new room in Brookhaven, as long as she's with you. Because there was no loading screen, you know, like you go through a door, we hit a load screen, we're outside again. Because you don't have that in the remake, everything is open and she's just either with you or not. You don't get these little like Maria teleport moments where she kind of scares you. Yeah, there's times where you'll open up a door and go into a room and you kind of have a moment of like, oh my god, what's that over there? And it's just Maria standing in the corner, but it adds a little scare, it adds a little creepiness while you're exploring Brookhaven that you just don't get in the remake, because she just kind of follows you around normally. Alright, we got our purple bull key, we've got our lapis eye key, we've got our bent needle. We need to go, we've got one combination. We need the other combination. Ever let Maria get attacked a lot and not help her in the remake? Oh, absolutely. I tested a lot of that stuff out just to see the extra dialogue and see her get pissed off. Locked. We'll need to get a room key. Or roof key, rather. Hey, Mr. Shy Potato. Good to see you, dude. Woke up not long ago, currently almost 8 a.m. for you. Happy 9-year Twitch Partnerversary. Thank you so much. 9 years of being a partner on Twitch. It's still... The reality of how much time has passed for me has still not completely sunk in for me. I've been partnered on Twitch for 9 years. And I've been streaming on Twitch. October will be 15 years that I've been streaming.
James. Wait a minute. I'm kind of tired. It's just a hangover.
You should rest.
So comfy.
I'm gonna go look for her. for Laura. I'll be back as soon as I can.
So comfy. Yeah, looks about as comfy as my cat's litter box.
I'll be okay soon. Did you find Laura? James, I want to ask you something. What if you can't find Mary? What will you do?
What will you do?
I haven't thought about that.
Always makes me think of Claudia's line in Silent Hill 3. Hey, Zachary. Yep, I'm still going. Casual 7.5 hour stream. We're still going. Admittedly, I'm starting to wear down, so we're going through the game a little faster now, but still taking our time, still enjoying it. Not going to skip anything or anything like that. Might read a little bit less. Let's go ahead and use our keys on the puzzle box. And we've got... My muscle memory is so stupid right now. I keep trying to press the minus key on my number pad to open up my menu, which, when I'm playing Silent Hill and streaming, that's my hotkey to mute my mic. So I keep, like, muting and then unmuting my mic, because that's the button to open up your menu in Final Fantasy XI. And I've been playing Final Fantasy XI this whole past week. And I keep instinctively trying to open my menu in this game with that button. And muting my mic. $9831. All right. One combination lock left to open up Joseph Barkin's box. Never played the PlayStation 2 version until you got a Steam Deck, and man, for me, the vertex-based lighting from the flashlight is painful after always playing the PC version. It's definitely noticeable. I wouldn't call it painful. It doesn't bother me that much, but I'm also just... I have so many years of experience playing kind of all the versions of Silent Hill 2. At this point, I definitely have more experience on the PC version, because this is the version that I started learning to speedrun in 2015, and it's been a lot more convenient for streaming and stuff over the years. But before that, I played the Xbox version a lot. I used to play the OG Xbox version a lot. And of course the original PS2 version a lot, the first years that the game was out. So I've kind of gotten accustomed to how the game looks and feels on all of those versions. And then there's the HD collection that I obviously play the least because it's terrible. It's terrible so much. There's something on the floor. Is this a diary? May 9th. Rain. Stared out the window all day. Peaceful here. Nothing to do. Still not allowed to go outside. May 10th. Still raining. Talked with the doctor a little. Would they have saved me if I didn't have a family to feed? I know I'm pathetic. Weak. Not everyone can be strong. May 11th. Rain again. The meds made me feel sick today. If I'm only better when I'm drugged, then who am I anyway? May 12th. Rain as usual. I don't want to cause any more trouble for anyone, but I'm a bother either way. Can it really be such a sin to run instead of fight? Some people may say so, but they don't have to live in my shoes. It may be selfish, but it's what I want. It's too hard like this. It's just too hard. May 13th. It's clear outside. The doctors told me I've been released, that I've got to go home. The diary ends here. There are no more entries. What was the diary doing up here? So much like the patient records that we read after first entering Brookhaven, how those act as parallels to James and Angela and Eddie, without directly saying that those characters are patients, because they're not. You're still getting parallels to all of these characters through these memos. And this one acts as a parallel to Mary. It's not meant to literally be Mary. She was not a patient of Brookhaven. These are not her words. It's not her diary. The idea is just to invoke the idea that you're realizing the parallels between this patient and the way they're being treated and the way they feel about, dying from this disease and wanting to be rid of it and choosing to take their own life, which is, interesting, Sea Warrior, how it kind of blends a little bit of James and Mary's perspective. And then the implication of it being on Brookhaven's roof gives you the idea that this patient chose to take their own life by coming up here, writing their final diary entry, and then jumping off of Brookhaven to take their own life, which is why they would install all of these fences to prevent other patients from doing the same. It's also a little bit of foreshadowing to what's about to happen to James here. The metal net is rusty and falling apart. It looks like if I push hard, I could move it away. Don't worry. As long as we keep this text on the screen, he can't get us. We can just live like this for the rest of our lives, James. These fences are also pretty common in roofs in Japan. Not so much in Japan. They're very commonplace in like China, that has a fairly high suicide rate. So there's a lot of fences and nets outside of buildings and things like that. I did. I stopped focusing intently on the fence. I got rid of the text. Nub, don't know if you've seen it, but with the release of PC port for Death Stranding 2, there's also going to be a free PS5 update where it includes some new stuff, including new nightmares for Sam. And one of them looks like Kojima referencing PT again. That doesn't surprise me at all. Yeah, they did a similar thing with the first Death Stranding, where the PC release is basically the director's cut of the game. So you get some new content and new things. So I'll definitely be revisiting Death Stranding 2. It's almost time to do another big playthrough of that. If Joseph looks calm, he can be taken out of his cell. So this was Joseph's padded cell, and it's where we get the final number to get into Joseph's box. There's something written on the wall. 9511. Turn, turn, turn the numbers. Better not forget them, so I'll write them down here. The other one, my secret name. Nine, 511. There's nothing inside the box. No, I'm wrong. There are a few hairs inside. Got a piece of hair. We can combine that with our bent needle. And go fishing. Blood, thank you so much for the 102 months and the tier 3 sub. I'm afraid it's been 9 years. It certainly has. I halfway thought about playing Metal Gear Solid 5 today, just for the meme. But I figured Silent Hill 2 is a little more appropriate. Thank you so much. And in the drain with the mysterious green goo that we never actually figure out. It's never explained what the green goo is, but it draws the player's attention to, you know, a puzzle, a piece of a puzzle. Got an elevator key. I love the visual for the elevator key, too. The key ring, the tag is an ear. It's a human ear. It's like the key is a piercing. Patient wing elevator is written on the tag, was stuck in the bath pipe. The crazy work the Enhanced Edition team needed to do for all the 2D close-up images, had to finish the sides to fit a 16:9 screen. Oh yeah. Enhanced Edition, this entire mod was worked on for years. Around 8 or 9 years total. And I'm good friends with a lot of the Enhanced Edition devs who've worked on this. I actually was consulted with one of the head devs, Ratiocinator, when they were working on a lot of the textures and things for the Enhanced Edition. Specifically for the text on the coins. I actually went over the coin Easter egg in the symbol font and all of that with Ratio when they were working on the Enhanced Edition. So it's one of those things I got to contribute in a very small way towards this. But this project was a huge, huge undertaking from a lot of really dedicated fans who were not being paid. It was entirely a labor of love. And they had to recreate so many assets. They had to extend so many textures, figure out so many issues. They had to implement an entire new engine of how things are rendered and how 3D models are in the environment so that they could correct the way that the flashlight would interact with certain textures. And it was an insane amount of work that went into this. What's up, Boris? The green goose is snot. It's snot, referenced by James calling Laura a snotty little brat. I love it. Whoops.
Laura?
Huh? You know my name?
Eddie told me.
That big fat blabbermouth.
How do you know about Mary?
What's the big deal?
Why can't you just tell me?
You gonna yell at me if I don't?
No, I won't.
I was friends with Mary. We met at the hospital. It was last year.
You liar! Laura,
Fine, don't believe me.
But last year, Mary was already... I'm sorry, Laura. Anyway, let's go. We can talk about this later. This is no place for a kid. There are all sorts of strange things around here. I can't believe you haven't even gotten a scratch on you.
Why should I? Wait! There's something I gotta get.
Later, okay?
But it's really important.
What is it?
A letter from Mary.
Huh?
I wanna go get it. Is that okay?
Yes, yes.
Come on, hurry up.
Is it in there?
Like how this reveals that apparently James never met Laura or never
Yeah,
acknowledged her on
in
a
the
visit
back.
there. Laura's surprised James knows her name despite being aware of him to some extent. So when you have the conversation with Laura in the hotel,
What are you doing, Laura?
she says she met
further
Mary
back, in the
last
desk.
year. Well, the conversation that they just had. Mary was sick for 3
Laura!
years. And the
What are you
more her
doing?
illness progressed, the more she started lashing out at James, and the less James started visiting.
Open the door, Laura.
Why
So
should
by
I?
the time you got to the last year, where Laura would have become friends with
Want me to
Mary,
open it?
James
Huh?
might not have really visited her
Do ya?
at all. He might have been
Magic word.
drowning himself in the bottom of an alcohol bottle at that
Laura?
point, based on the dialogue in Heaven's
I
Night.
still won't open it. I think I'll just leave you like this.
You snotty little brat! Open up!
Why? You
Laura?
hurt me.
Whereas Laura would know a lot about James because of Mary just sharing her stories about James, about Silent Hill, showing all of her pictures. But if James by that point had stopped visiting within the last year of her illness, then he wouldn't know Laura. I love this sequence. The Jacob's Ladder first-person sequence leading to this tiny little boxed-in area that's supposedly this giant, sprawling garden when you look at the map. And the rain effect. The rain and darkness. Do wish they added a bit of the music and sounds from here in the remake. Yeah, the sound design there is so good. It's one of my favorite monster noises in this game as well. I really like when the Flesh Lips tries to kick James and goes, "Ooh." It's a 10 out of 10 sound effect. Why did everything go black? Am I blind? Chat? Help? No, I did not turn my light off. You can see I'm like, I can open up the menu. You can hear my flashlight click. The light's not off. Video game? We good? Are you on PC? Yes, this is the PC port with the enhanced edition mod. Okay. Saving and reloading worked. I've played through the enhanced edition like dozens and dozens and dozens of times since its release. And I've never encountered that. Crazy. There's something that looks like a refrigerator. Will you open it? We will try. It's no good. The door is too heavy to open by myself. We'll have to come back with a big, strong lady to help us out. Gotta come back with Maria the Muscle Mommy. Locked. That shouldn't be locked, right? Stop it. All right. I know what I need to do. We need the key in the battery. Nub, did you enjoy Resident Evil 9? Haven't seen your playthrough because plan to play the game myself, but it does look really good. I loved Resident Evil 9. Requiem is a fantastic game. And yeah, definitely play it for yourself. Normally, when I'm playing Resident Evil games, like, I don't care as much about spoilers and things. So I wound up moderating for my friend Maxi Lobes when he was playing for his first time, because I knew he was going to have a ton of people watching him and might have needed some extra help with modding chat. So I wound up spoiling myself on some stuff in Requiem. Because normally with Resident Evil games, I don't care that much about the story. But the story in Requiem was extremely good, and I regret having spoiled myself on some of the stuff in Requiem before playing it myself. So avoid playthroughs if you can, and do your own playthrough as blind as you can. It's definitely worth it. It's a great game. Playing first person or over the shoulder? Both, technically. I played with the default settings because that's what the developers intended. So, Grace was played in first person and Leon was played in third person. But next time I play through the game, I'm going to play in all third person. Because I'm very curious to see the Grace segments in third person. Hey, Koskin. Welcome. Thank you.
James!
Mary? Oh, Maria. It's you. I thought you were... Sorry. Anyway, I'm glad you're alive.
Anyway, what do you mean, anyway? You don't sound very happy to see me. I was almost killed back there. Why didn't you try to save me? All you care about is that dead wife of yours. I've never been so scared in my whole life. You couldn't care less about me, could you?
No, I
Then
just...
stay with me. Don't ever leave me alone. You're supposed to take care of me. So, what about Laura? Did you find her?
Yeah, but... she ran away.
We've got to find her.
You really seem to care about her. Do you know her?
I've never met her before. I just feel sorry for her. She's all alone. And for some reason, I feel like it's up to me to protect her.
Once again, Maria showing those memories, those aspects of Mary coming through in her own personality. She does, at this point, presumably know Laura. It's just she's still confused, sort of coming to terms with having Mary's memories, but again, we know from Born from a Wish, she has a generally complete idea of who she is and how she was made, who Mary was, who James is. But I like that interaction, that she still is like, I feel like it's up to me to protect her. That bond between Mary and Laura still playing a part in Maria's personality. And look at those fancy polygon fingers in the shadow. Yeah, that's one of those holdovers from the PC port. Even with the enhanced edition, they did what they could. They improved the lighting and shadows in every aspect that they could, but some things are still going to look like that. It's a game from 2001. Oh, Maria didn't teleport down here with me. That's rare. She was a little too close to the doorway to teleport down there with me. That doesn't happen very often.
Okay, quickly, on to question number 2. Silent Hill witnessed a gruesome murder a few years back. A brother and sister were playing in the road when they were attacked and chopped into pieces with an axe. Torn flesh, smashed bones, splattered blood, and finally, bitter tears. What a terrible tragedy. What a gruesome end to such innocent lives. Now the question. What was the name of the murderer who committed this vile act? 1. Walter Sullivan. 2. Scott Fairbanks. 3. Eric Gaines. Now for our third and final question. South of the lake is a deserted old neighborhood called South Vale. From there to Pale Vale, the central resort area northwest of the lake, there's only one road you can take. Just one road, no more. The third and final question is, what is the name of that road? 1. Bachman Road. 2. Rindell Street. 3. Nathan Avenue. Well, that's the last of our questions. Have you got it all figured out? When you know the answers, head to the storeroom on the 3rd floor to collect your prizes. But be careful if you're wrong. Well then, everybody, thanks for tuning in. See you again sometime. Bye-bye.
What was that?
I love that segment so much. And the remake did not do it justice. There's a lot of stuff I love in the remake, but they did not do the elevator game show like any sort of justice. It's so boring in the remake. And you don't even have Maria with you for the like, what was that comment? Complete downgrade. Complete downgrade. Actually wondering, is the answer for Lakeside Amusement Park in Silent Hill 2 anywhere, or do you need to remember from Silent Hill 1? It's on your town map. Well, I'm in Brookhaven right now, so it just opens up the Brookhaven map. But it's part of your town map. If you open up the town map, you can see right across from the Lakeview Hotel is the Lakeside Amusement Park, and it's labeled and named on the map. And yes, there's also billboards for Lakeside Amusement Park in parts of the town.
You can't open it?
Yeah, Maria, give me a hand here.
Look at that plug
Come
on the
on.
fridge.
You're supposed to be the big
Yeah,
man.
enhanced edition
How's a little girl like me
painstakingly
supposed
added
to
the
help?
cable for the fridge.
What's this? Not very cute, is it? Here, James. You take it.
Thanks.
Thanks. This scene is not as good in the remake either. Nothing in the refrigerator anymore. A hideous smell is coming from inside. I put the copper ring on the hand of the lady in the painting. Put the lead ring on the hand of the lady in the painting. There's a note on the ground with handwriting that's hard to read. I took the director's key, the one to the museum. I hid it behind the praying woman when I went out for the day trip. I picked it up, but I did not steal it. I'm not a criminal. Written by Ed Boon. Alright, I'm getting sleepy, so I don't have time for your bullshit, Pyramid Head. I'm getting out of here. I'm running.
Open up!
And unlike the remake, we get to hear this song in the appropriate key. It sounds like I'm hating on the remake a lot, because I've just said, like, the refrigerator scene, the elevator scene, this song. There's a lot of stuff that is definitely, like, not as good, in my opinion, in the remake, but I love the remake for what it is. There's very few things that I have with that game to really complain about, but you kind of get a lot of it right here back to back. You need that silly, sarcastic tone of the thanks. And I love Luke's performance as James in the remake, but he's just kind of like, thanks. Like, it's very flat. It's very boring. You don't have that silly, sarcastic tone to the voice, which I think is important for little scenes like that. You want those little silly bits of levity in this game to contrast with how intense and disturbing the rest of the horror is. I think it's important to have that in horror games. When you make everything intense and serious, it desensitizes the player to the horror experience a lot faster. Whereas if you can add elements of levity, little funny moments, little things to kind of make you not quite as scared before thrusting you into something horrific again, it keeps you on edge. It keeps you feeling more emotionally unstable. So little tone differences and those line deliveries and stuff like that make a big difference. Yeah, there's a lot of charm of the original that just really can't be replicated. Definitely not easily. But I still commend the remake for trying and for doing as well as it did. He who is not bold enough to be stared at from across the abyss is not bold enough to stare into it himself. The truth can only be learned by marching forward. Follow the map. There's a letter and a wrench. Hey, what's up, Yoshio? That's why you like the original Resident Evil games largely over the remake counterparts. It's a similar situation for most of those, where I love the originals, and I really like the remakes, for the most part. Resident Evil 3 remake being an exception. But, yeah. I like them for different reasons. Maria's dead. I couldn't protect her, and Laura has run off somewhere. Once again, I couldn't do anything to help. Mary, what should I do? Are you really waiting somewhere for me? Or is this your way of taking revenge? But he doesn't quite say it. I'm going to find Mary. It's the only thing I have left to hope for. I really miss not having that dialogue or some variation of that inner monologue in the remake. James spelling out, like, why would Mary take revenge? Revenge for what? What did you do? Start adding that aspect of the story and making the player think about it at this point in the game. This missing from the remake changes a lot of how you perceive James as a character, and I think that's a really important thing to have left out. Here's one of my favorite glitches in the Silent Hill 2 PC version. If you quickly enter and then quick turn and exit as soon as you can, you can get Magdalene back, have this music playing, while you explore the town streets. It definitely gives a different tone to this section. It really, really does. Honestly, I kind of prefer it over the intended music for this part. I like letting this sort of sad music linger a little bit longer than just the hospital lobby. And then we lose it once we get to this part anyway, so it's not like it lasts for too long. Also, our introduction to the Mandarins. Ow, my toes. They're just silly little guys crawling around down there. The Mandarin part in the tunnel, yeah. They're so much more annoying in the remake. There's a memo lying on the sofa. I'll wait at Bar Neely's. Yeah, the tongue attack. It takes some getting used to. You have to, like, delay your dodge. Because it's got sort of a weird timing. I'm going to Happy Burger. Does anybody want anything? We're ready for Konami Burger in Silent Hill 1 Remake. I wonder if they're going to keep Konami Burger. I wonder if they're going to keep Konami Burger for Silent Hill 1 Remake, or if they're going to change it to Happy Burger. Konami pierogi. Definitely have some pierogies on the menu. I'm going to Gonzalez Mexican restaurant. Anybody want anything? You ready to see the most impressive speed tech in Silent Hill 2? If you stand down here, further down the steps, like sort of 2 steps down from the top, when you pick up this wrench, you skip the animation where you bend down and pick it up. Saves you a whopping half a second. I know. Crazy speed tech. Or perhaps you are a fool. The truth usually betrays people. A part of that abyss is in the old society. The key to the society is in the park, at the foot of the praying woman, inside of the ground, inside of a box. To open it, I need a wrench. My patient buried it there. I knew but did nothing. It made me uneasy to have such a thing near. I wasn't looking for the truth. I was looking for tranquility. I also saw that thing. I fled, but the museum was sealed as well. Now, no one dares to approach that place. If you still do not wish to stop, James, I pray to the Lord to have mercy on your eternal soul. I like that up until this point, it's fairly ambiguous. Like, some of the notes, some of the things you find, you're kind of trying to play like a little bit of a metagame of like what's real, what's being manifested specifically for James. I like at this point of the game, we have things just being manifested that are addressing him directly. By name. Calling him out. Remember when we had the Konami arcade games in Shattered Memories? Yeah, in the theater. They're in the lobby of the theater segment in Shattered Memories. It was Contra and Russian Attack. One of the few save points that's in the same place as it is in the remake. This one on the back of the car. That's a fun one in the remake, when you have Maria with you. And she's like, James, what are you doing? Just sort of spacing out for a little bit. Whoops. Curious to see what Sam Barlow's been cooking up, because he's working on 2 projects, I believe. At least 2. Project C, I think, has been his code name for one of them. And, something about mermaids. Mermaid something. Something mermaid. The ground is raised up only here. Could there be something under here? Dig. The small metal box is fastened by bolts. I can't open the lid. I got the key. The old bronze key. Antique-looking bronze key. It was hidden behind one of those statues lined up in the park. And you have to pay attention to the letter with the wrench to know what the key even goes to. The description of the key doesn't tell you the way some of the ones that you pick up earlier in the game do. You should warn me next time before you break more windows. Yeah, I like that interaction in the remake as well. Maria starting off being startled whenever you break windows, and then slowly getting used to it the more that you break around her. She should have just eventually helped you start breaking stuff. Just start breaking into cars and stuff herself. Be like, what? I learned from watching you. I thought this is what we were doing. Yeah, here, found you some ammo. Got you a health drink. You're welcome. Should have made a window breaker ending based on how many windows you broke. Considering they track that stat for your results screen, that would have been really funny to include something. Some cool stuff here in the Historical Society that I want to stop and look at, even if we are kind of speeding up our playthrough for this section of the game because I'm getting big sleepy. First of all, this picture right up here, this is foreshadowing the final place, the final boss fight against Moth Mary. Literally just kind of like, here's the arena. You're going to know this place not too far after this. Not too much later. And this picture right here is Team Silent. This is literally a picture of Team Silent. These are the developers. And this is in the original. This is not stuff that was just added for the Enhanced Edition. These are things that are in the OG game as well. The image obviously has been cleaned up, so it's a much more clear view for Enhanced Edition. And then, yeah, Bloober, when you go to the Historical Society in the remake, there's a little fenced-off staircase leading to an upper floor that you're not able to access. But on the wall, behind that gate, next to the stairs, is this picture of Team Silent next to a similar picture of Bloober Team all together. So they do a nice little combination thing in Silent Hill 2 Remake, including the original devs and a picture of the remake devs, which I thought was really nice. Yeah, and with DSLL, we'll be able to see them with strong jawlines and puffy lip injections. Can't wait. Foreshadowing the hole you can jump down in just a moment, like pretty much right once you get to the bottom of the stairs. A photo of the director of the old Brookhaven Hospital. Looks like he was a famous person in town. There's a similar picture in the remake Historical Society also. And we just picked up the obsidian goblet. An ancient-looking goblet carved from pure obsidian found in the old museum. So we've got 3 out of our 4 Rebirth ending items now. As we will be showing the Rebirth ending and one other ending. Whichever of the normal endings that we get. Which I haven't really been steering us towards any one path or the other. I've bumped into Maria a few times and she got hit by something a couple of times, so it probably won't be the Maria ending. And I haven't really been leaning into in-water ending criteria very much. So it'll probably be Leave. Hey, tomatoes. Thank you so much. Some kind of document is lying here. September 11th, 1820. Prisoner number C221. I can't read the rest. What is this? Do we know if this game takes place before or after Silent Hill 1? After. It's been confirmed by Masahiro Ito that the insects, the bug enemies in this game, are a remnant left over from Alessa's influence on the otherworld. So even though the story is not directly connected or a continuation of the plot from Silent Hill 1, Ito has confirmed that the presence of the bugs and aspects of the otherworld are the way that they are because of Alessa's influence, that this takes place after the events of Silent Hill 1. The hole's dark and I can't see anything. Jump. Do a flip. I have a question that maybe was answered a lot. How do guns or other weapons work in Silent Hill? Are they manifestation or something? The weapons wouldn't be manifestations because that's just not how manifestations work. Like, in this game, if something is a manifestation, it is not perceived by multiple people as the same thing. So, for example, Maria, she is a manifestation. We only ever see her interact with James because to Eddie or Angela, she would look like something else entirely, and to Laura, who does not perceive manifestations, she wouldn't appear at all. James is able to fight Eddie with his weapons. They're both real people. They're both perceiving the weapons as the same thing. So those weapons are real. They're not following the rules of manifestations. As for, like, why there's weapons laying around and stuff like that, video game. It's a video game. What's up, Dave? Thank you so much for the raid. Welcome, everybody. I'm Nub Zombie. We're currently playing through Silent Hill 2. A video game, you say? Yes, Silent Hill 2. It is indeed a video game. And not a historic depiction of reality. It's a very common misconception. It's not a documentary. But welcome, everybody. We're celebrating 9 years that I have been partnered on Twitch. 9 whole years that I've been partnered. And later this year, in October, is going to be 15 years that I've been streaming on Twitch in general. Which is absolutely insane to me. That much time has passed. But here we are. One, 2, 5. Fuck. 1, 5, 2. Fuck. 2, 1, 5. Hey, third try. There is no hint or anything for that puzzle. And it's the same way in the remake. Arguably, it's harder in the remake because the enemies can actually hit you while you're interacting with the keypad. So it's a lot more annoying. Your only clue is the bugs. The buttons. My brain is getting fried. I'm winding down towards the last of my brain cells, so we're trying to finish up the game so I can go to bed. But the 3 lit up buttons, and sometimes you don't even get 3 buttons. Sometimes it's only 2 buttons because you have a repeated digit. But no matter what, you'll only ever have 6 possible combinations. So as long as you just go through them sequentially, you'll never have to attempt that puzzle more than 6 times.
Killing a person ain't no big deal. Just put the gun to their head. Pow.
You killed him?
But it wasn't my fault. He made me do it.
Calm down, Eddie. Tell me what happened.
That guy, he had it coming. I didn't do anything. He just came after me. Besides, he was making fun of me with his eyes, like that other one.
Just for that, you killed him?
What do you mean, just for that?
Eddie, you can't just kill someone because of the way they looked at you.
Oh yeah? Why not? Till now I always let people walk all over me. Just like that stupid dog. He had it coming too.
Eddie?
I was just joking, James. He was dead when I got here, honest. Anyway, I gotta run.
You're going out there alone?
Yeah.
Eddie?
Such a great scene. Super creepy. Although I will say, the remake does a fantastic job at Eddie's portrayal and descent into madness. I have so much love and nostalgia for this game for so many years. It's hard for me to prefer the remake over this. I just love Dave Shoffley's performance. But the remake is really good as well. It's a corpse. The body is marked with bullet holes. It's one of the only corpses that you see that is not based on James's model, showing a clear distinction between the manifestations that Eddie's going around and killing and the manifestations that James has been experiencing. We get the tablet of the gluttonous pig, meant to be somewhat representative of Eddie, as each of our tablets are going to be representative of our three main characters. And then a really subtle detail here that not everybody will pick up on. This painting on the back wall of the cafeteria is a painting of the cafeteria itself. And if you look in the bottom right corner of this painting, the place where the corpse is, that I just said is distinctly not James, does not look like James like all the other corpses that you've seen. In the painting version of this room, it does look like James. Green jacket and blue jeans, leaned over in a puddle of blood on the table. Really cool, subtle detail. Still showing that that difference in perspective, even in a very subtle, out of the way kind of method. Who is the corpse? It is just a manifestation. So, for Eddie is seeing bullies. Eddie's otherworld, instead of being pyramid heads and lying figures, Eddie's being tormented by manifested people that mock him, make fun of him. That's what he hates. It's what he fears. It's what he struggles with. So that's what's in his subconscious, and that's what the town is reflecting back at him. Developer Masahiro Ito has gone on record saying that Eddie never killed any real people. He shot and injured a football player. He shot them in the leg. And he shot and killed a dog. But all of the people, all of the corpses that Eddie's leaving behind are not actual people. They are being manifested by the town to torment Eddie, to bully him and push him to insanity. So Eddie's been wandering around a huge school environment. We don't know exactly. We don't get that much of a view of Eddie's perspective to know how differently he sees things. We can only assume. How did Eddie come to that town? He drove his van. He was running away from the cops and drove his van to Silent Hill to hide out. Also, we have the cultist prisoner cell. Even though the cult plays a very minimal role, just sort of world building in this game, we still have clear cult influence. Some early versions of cult symbols like the Metatron and the Halo of the Sun that show up in the later games. Books are scattered all over the bed and floor. Black Magic from the Abyss, Resurrection of the Dead, Chronicle of Agrippa, Manuscript of the Iron Rings. Guess I shouldn't worry about those too much. You can actually find, if you cam hack in Silent Hill 2 Remake, there is a cultist prisoner cell in the remake. If you cam hack and look at all the books that are scattered around the cell, you can find these exact same book titles. One of them is even written out in wingdings, so you have to translate it. Yeah, and then we have the ritual prisoner. Let me get rid of these noisy lying figures. So we can hear a little better. Eddie never killed anybody. Masahiro Ito has said, Eddie never killed any real people. He shot and injured a football player. He shot and killed a dog. There we go. Now you can hear the invisible prisoner stomping around, repeating the word ritual. Ritual. When Eddie didn't kill anybody, why did the town call for him? I think you've got a fundamental misunderstanding of how the town works. wander. It's not necessary to kill anybody to be affected by the town. You can be subjected to the other world, even just as a bystander. Harry Mason is just a good guy who crashed his car, was taking his daughter on vacation. He still experienced a full other world in Silent Hill 1. And there's a lot of debate around if the town even calls you. The town calling you implies that there is some sort of sentience, and it's never confirmed that there's any sort of sentience behind the town itself. People are drawn to it, and it's been said in some of the supplementary materials that particular people with darkness in their hearts are more likely to be drawn towards the town than others. But Eddie saying, like, this town called you too, that's just how he feels from his perspective. It's not necessarily the truth. It's not confirmed that the town is literally reaching out and calling for people. That's how some people might feel about it, to justify why they're here, even if it's not actually the case. Wasn't Cheryl called by a spell? She was. The whole reason that Harry takes Cheryl to Silent Hill in the first game is a spell used by Dahlia to try to call the other half of Alessa's soul back to the town. But it's not like Cheryl was summoned and drove herself. All the spell did was influence Cheryl to ask Harry to go on a vacation to Silent Hill. But that's Dahlia using a spell. That's not the town calling Cheryl. And even in that sense, the way the town works, in my opinion, it only reflects back into reality what is in the minds of the people inhabiting the area. So I don't think there is a sentience to the power. I don't think there are gods that exist there on their own. I think that there are cultists who believe in gods, and the town's power reflects that into reality. You believe in the gods, the power makes them real. You believe you can cast a spell that summons half of a soul, the power makes it happen, makes it real. It's just taking what's in your mind, what you believe in, what you're afraid of, what you have nightmares about, what you have faith in, and makes it real. So, for someone like Alessa, nightmares become real. For someone like Dahlia, magic becomes real. Gods become real. For someone like James, he sees all sorts of mixed up aspects of his subconscious. His guilt manifests into physical shapes. The monsters, the pyramid heads. his suicidal tendencies. He came to the town with the intention of killing himself. The letter was not what drew him to the town. The letter is not real. It's part of his delusion. He came to the town to kill himself. That suicidal aspect of James's subconscious, the town portrays that by showing him a bunch of corpses that look like him. It's just drawing from the character's subconscious and reflecting whatever is in their minds, in their subconscious, into reality. It's not acting on any sort of will of its own or sentience. All right, we've got our 3 tablets. The Oppressor, which depicts a man strangling or smothering a woman. Something to reference James. The Tablet of the Gluttonous Pig, a reference to Eddie. And the Tablet of the Seductress. This one actually, I feel I misinterpreted for a long time. Because to me, I always thought of Maria as being the seductress out of all of the characters that are involved in Silent Hill 2. But when you take into account, this is supposed to be 3 reflections of our 3 main real characters, not including manifestations like Maria, Angela would be the seductress. And it's one of those ideas that you have to kind of understand from her perspective. Even though she was sexually abused against her will, she wasn't trying to seduce her father who sexually abused her, or her brother who sexually abused her. The way her mother emotionally manipulated her, told her that she deserved it. It's one of those aspects that in some ways fits Angela's character, and again keeps in theme with all of these things throughout the game referencing our 3 main real characters. Henry believed he could find a nice apartment for a cheap price and the town made it real. No. That was South Ashfield. That's outside of the influence of the town. Silent Hill 4 is a bit of a strange exception. Yeah, it's sort of the ways the protagonists view themselves. Is a good way to put it. Do I think Silent Hill 1 Remake will be good? I have pretty high hopes and high expectations that 1 Remake will turn out good. I think Bloober Team did a great job with Silent Hill 2 Remake. And I think as long as they maintain the same design philosophy that they used for Silent Hill 2 Remake, when it comes to making Silent Hill 1 Remake, I think it'll turn out fine. And even better, now that they have experience making a Silent Hill remake, they can learn from a lot of their mistakes and from a lot of the things they didn't quite land with the Silent Hill 2 remake and make Silent Hill 1 remake even better. So I think 1 remake's going to be just fine. And that's coming from me. I was the biggest Bloober Team hater before the Silent Hill 2 remake. I was one of those people who did not like any of Bloober Team's previous games. I played all of their games in preparation for Silent Hill 2 remake. I played Fatal Frame. I played Layers of Fear, not Fatal Frame. Layers of Fear 1 and 2. I played Blair Witch. I played Medium. I played Observer. Layers of Frames. Yeah. I played all of their stuff in preparation for Silent Hill 2 Remake, and I did not like any of their games. I was not a fan. The only thing that I liked from their games was their visuals. I think they were very good at doing visuals and not very good at writing story or writing characters or implementing gameplay. All of their games are the same exact walking simulator with the same gimmick over and over and over, where you walk up one way, something draws your attention, you turn around, and oh my god, the environment's different. Over and over and over and over. So I was one of the biggest Bloober Team haters. Silent Hill 2 Remake came out, and I feel like they did great. I feel like it was a wonderful love letter to the original Silent Hill 2. It didn't try to be a replacement. It didn't try to deviate too much. I think it was a good way of modernizing the classic game, still maintaining all the important story aspects. Looked good, sounded good, had a lot of fan service and references and Easter eggs to the original. A lot of stuff that I liked about Silent Hill 2 Remake. It was the first game they made that I really thoroughly enjoyed. So I have faith in them to do well with Silent Hill 1 Remake. And yes, I did play Chronos: The New Dawn. My whole playthrough of it is on my YouTube channel. I enjoyed it. I enjoyed Chronos. It fell off a little bit at the very end for me. The ending was not a very satisfying story conclusion. But up until the very end, I was very invested in the characters and the story. The gameplay was fun. I enjoyed the gameplay loop a lot. So even their newer stuff like Chronos, I feel like Bloober has grown a lot as a studio and kind of finally found their footing and what they can do well. So I've got a lot of faith in them doing Silent Hill 1 Remake justice. Don't know why they changed the ending letter in the cell scene's demeanor, though. There's definitely some stuff in the remake that I question why it was changed. Having music play during the letter reading, slightly rewriting some stuff like that. Some of the notes and things that they changed. Way too many references that lean into the loop theory. But I also understand why, like, those kind of things were included. The developers from Bloober Team have even gone on record in interviews saying that they did a lot of research into fan theories. They didn't want to just include official canon in the Silent Hill 2 remake. They wanted to include as many references and nods towards fan theories and community theories as possible. So that's why there's a lot of stuff like references to loop theory and references to James dragging the great knife and scaring monsters, and Maria teasing the pole dance in Heaven's Night. Those little things that were added are there because those were old fan rumors from back in the day, back in the early 2000s. That was the type of stuff that fans like myself and many others were discussing on early internet forums and things like that. So Bloober did their research and tried to include a lot of those little references and nods to fan theories in the remake. And I appreciated a lot of that stuff. So I understand why some of those changes were made and some of that stuff was implemented the way that it was. Again, Silent Hill 2 Remake is definitely not like perfect, and it's definitely not a replacement to the original Silent Hill 2. I think everybody, if you enjoy the Silent Hill 2 Remake, you should do yourself a favor and play the original, because the remake is not a replacement for it. It is a complementary piece of Silent Hill 2. It is a very lovingly crafted, love letter. It's a love letter to the original game from the perspective of developers who are very clearly passionate fans of the games. And I think playing it with that sort of mindset changes how you think about it and allows you to appreciate it more. Can't lie, I'd never heard of loop theory before Silent Hill 2 remake was released. Didn't know it was an idea people had, not something I can personally get a reading of. From OG Silent Hill 2, oh yeah. Loop theory has been around since 2001, since the original game's release. That was how a lot of fans used to justify, like, why James's corpses are all over the town. It was something that many people thought of and considered back when the original game released. The Maria ending, where it's like, oh, you're just going to go through the exact same events again. Maria starts being sick. James has that really threatening way of saying, you better do something about the cough. It's like, you haven't learned anything, so you're just going to live out the same events again and again. So the idea of loop theory was around with the original, but the original does not emphasize that idea or concept nearly as much as Remake does. Remake leans very heavily into it with so many things that are kind of referencing or alluding to it. But a lot of that is also fan service. It's not meant to be read as just surface level, face value. A lot of that stuff that some people interpret as references to loop theory in Remake are just fan service. It's references to the original game for the sake of fans of the original game. The problem is you have a lot of new people who never played the original, or a lot of old fans who haven't played the original in 20 years, going into Remake and not really remembering stuff, or being new fans and not knowing it at all, and sort of misinterpreting all of those little fan servicey references,
You're alive! Maria, I thought that thing killed you. Are you hurt bad?
Not at all, silly.
Maria? That thing, it stabbed you. There was blood everywhere.
Stabbed me? What do you mean?
It chased us to the elevator, and then...
James, what are you talking about?
Just before! Don't you remember?
James, honey, did something happen to you?
After we got separated in that long hallway? Are you confusing me with someone else? You were always so forgetful. Remember that time in the hotel?
Maria?
You said you took everything, but you forgot that videotape we made. I wonder if it's still there.
How do you know about that? Aren't you Maria?
I'm not your Mary.
So, you're Maria?
I am. If you want me to be.
All I want from you is an answer.
It doesn't matter who I am. I'm here for you, James. See? I'm real. Don't you want to touch me?
I don't know.
Come and get me. I can't do anything through these bars.
Okay. Stay right there. I'll be there soon.
Yeah. Monatsu says, man, the scene is so much better here. Yeah. I prefer this scene in the OG compared to the remake. A lot of it comes down to the performance. I feel like Monica Horgan, the original voice actress and mocap actress for Mary and Maria, in this version of the game, she does a much better job at distinguishing her voice between Mary and Maria. So having this cutscene play out, and you're clearly hearing her switch back and forth between the tone of voice and personality very distinctly of Mary and Maria from one line to the next is really, really well done. And Salome, I love Salome. I consider her a friend. Me and her have we've talked in private and in Discord, and I'm a fan of her Twitch streams and her community and everything as well. Salome, who portrays Mary and Maria in Silent Hill 2 Remake, she did a fantastic job, and yeah, she did as directed. But some of these scenes, it just doesn't come across as clearly being able to emphasize those tonal shifts between Mary and Maria. I feel like Luke's performance for this scene in the remake is well done, where he still has that, like, he's surprised to see her, he's shocked and confused, and then sort of angry, and then kind of becomes more flat and distant. I think his performance for that scene is fine, but Salome is just a little bit off. And yeah, I think a lot of that comes down more to the direction that she was given more than her talent as a performer. All I want from you is an answer. Such a good line, but I often remember a video someone made around the time of HD Collection, recasting the voices, where someone did a more theatrical reading of James here, and it cracks me up. Even without that, the HD Collection, fucking Troy Baker's version of James is ridiculous and overly theatrical. All I want from you is an answer. Yeah, the HD Collection, good actors, terrible performances. Like, Troy Baker, super talented. I love his performances in a lot of other things. But holy shit, did he, like, miss the point of James completely. Same for Mary Elizabeth McGlynn. Like, there is zero distinction in her voice between Mary and Maria, like, at all. Good actors, but they were not right for these roles. All right, this is where we get the information about Angela Orozco's side of the story. What she's doing here, why she's in Silent Hill, what she's experiencing, what she's dealing with. The events that kind of led up to her side of everything going on. There's a newspaper on the ground. It's stained with something that looks like blood and is partially illegible. This is similar to the monument about Blood Swamp back during the beginning part of the game. There is no in-game way to remove these censored bits of text, but people data mined this game very thoroughly for, many years, for a long time now. So through data mining, people uncovered all of the blocked out text, which is how I will be reading this. The body of a man, later identified as Thomas Orozco, lumberjack, age 39, was discovered in the front room, lying face up. The probable cause of death was multiple stab wounds to the front of the neck and the left side of the torso by a sharp-edged weapon. The estimated time of death was somewhere between 11 p.m. and 12:30 midnight. Due to signs of a struggle in the room and the lack of a murder weapon, police are considering this a homicide and have opened a murder investigation. Furthermore, given the fact that the cash in the room was untouched and Mr. Orozco had a history of drunkenness and violence, the police suspect that the motive was not robbery, but rather a crime of passion. So that murder weapon that was never found, that's the knife you get from Angela Orozco. The blood that's on this knife is her father's blood. So the story behind Angela is her father and her brother were both sexually abusing Angela ever since she was a young girl, all the way up into her teenage years. And something that a lot of people don't realize about Angela is that she is still just a teenager. She comes off as older in this game, in part due to her character design, which was intentional. Often, people who live a life of physical abuse, the way Angela's character would have, tend to appear older than their actual age. And a combination of that and her voice actress, Donna Burke, who was much older than the character at the time of recording. Although that was not an intentional casting choice, like, they didn't cast Donna Burke because she was older. She was just the most qualified actress who applied for the role. Jeremy Blaustein, the casting director for these original games, has gone on record on interviews and stuff talking about, you know, they didn't intentionally try to portray Angela's voice as older by casting Donna Burke or anything like that. They just had very few actors in general. They needed English-speaking actors who were willing to do motion capture that were living and working in Tokyo back in 1999 and 2000 when this game was being developed. And that's a short list back in those days. So I think Jeremy said they wound up auditioning maybe like 40 people total for all the roles in the game, because that was just everyone that they had at the time. And Donna Burke was just the most tenured actress who wanted the part, so she got it. But anyway, Angela is often, a lot of people confuse it and misunderstand that she's not, that she isn't older than she actually is. She's described in the game manual as having just recently graduated high school, which for the United States school systems, that would put her right around 18 or 19. So she's described as a recent high school graduate that after she graduated high school, she tried to run away from home. She wanted to get away from her abusive father, from her abusive brother, from her manipulative mother, and tried to run away. Her father found her and drug her back home and attempted to sexually assault her again. That's when she defended herself with this knife, stabbing Thomas Orozco in the face, in the neck, in the head, killing him, leaving him dead, face up, in the front bedroom of the Orozco home. She then runs away again, finding herself in Silent Hill. And Angela is kind of going through her own journey as well. She's dealing with her own delusion. She's dealing with her own manifestations during her journey through Silent Hill. And for Angela, she doesn't think that she can feel peace unless she kills her family and then herself. So this whole time that she says, I'm looking for my mama. I thought my father and brother were here too, but I can't find them either. She's not just looking for them to reunite with them. Her goal is to kill her abusive family and then kill herself because she feels she is too far gone. She's too broken of a person to be able to fix herself in any way. Very, very tragic character. But these are the implications that we're getting from all of the context of the newspaper, of Angela herself, her dialogue, commentary from developers to piece together all of her story. Yeah, Mama was an enabler, and most likely in a household that is as abusive as that one is, Angela's mother was probably just as abused as Angela, if not more. Newspapers are scattered all over the walls and floor. Seems to be nothing of interest, but this one has today's date. That's kind of strange. So these games don't go out of their way to give you a specific time frame that they're happening. You never get a year or a timeline or anything like that. The reason this specifically says today's date is to give the impression that that newspaper about Thomas Orozco's death, it's not old news. It's not something that happened in the past in any distant capacity. Angela recently killed her father and came to the town.
Daddy, please don't.
Donna Burke's also one of the voices used on the trains in Japan. Yes. swung too early.
Are you okay? Angela, relax.
Don't order me around!
I'm not trying to order you.
So what do you want then? Oh, I see. You're trying to be nice to me, right? I know what you're up to. It's always the same. You're only after one thing.
No, that's not true at all.
You don't have to lie. Go ahead and say it. Or you could just force me. Beat me up like you always did. You only care about yourself anyway. You disgusting pig.
Angela.
Don't touch me! You make me sick. You said your wife Mary was dead, right?
Yes. She was ill.
Liar! I know about you. You didn't want her around anymore. You probably found someone else.
That's ridiculous. I never...
So I've got some interesting theories based around that conversation with Angela, because clearly she knows or seems to know something about James's story, talking about his wife and the way that she sort of lays on that information. She's not 100% sure, but it's my idea, it's my theory that from our perspective, playing as James, this whole time going through the game, we've been finding notes and memos and things that are parallels to Eddie and Angela. We've been finding stuff that references them, whether directly or indirectly, and kind of helps us piece together what's been going on with Eddie, why he's here, what's been going on with Angela, why she's here. I suspect that for Angela and for Eddie, whatever otherworld they are experiencing, they're also being fed information about James, which is why Angela seems to have a little bit of insight into James and his wife and that situation based on this conversation here. Same thing with Eddie when we confront Eddie in a little bit, and he has the whole, like, don't act all holy on me, you know, where Eddie kind of implies that he knows something about James as well. I get the impression based on those little comments that, like, they don't know for sure, but they probably have been also seeing things that relates back to James and what he's done. So they all kind of know little bits about each other through what they've been experiencing. It's never outright confirmed or anything. That's just kind of my headcanon, my theories on it. But based on these little bits of dialogue and interactions between them, I really get that idea. Terry asks, how long did it take before most fans knew what the visual of Abstract Daddy actually was back in 2001? Many thought he was a door or a picture. So a lot of that is because of some of the early internet guides and some of the early unofficial guides for Silent Hill 2, where they just didn't know what to call enemies. So that's where you get silly names like Doorman, because they're just like, whatever, it looks like a man in a door. Just like the unofficial Silent Hill 1 guide that calls, that's not even an unofficial guide, that's an official guide, the Prima guide of Silent Hill 1, that calls the mumblers that have claws giant sewer rats. It was the Wild West in terms of creature names, because we didn't have a whole lot of official naming for all of these creatures directly from the developers yet. In terms of the fans actually interpreting what Abstract Daddy was and what he was supposed to be representing, people figured that out pretty quickly. This room is not exactly the most subtle. Angela's story is not really that subtle. And all of the implications of what Abstract Daddy is supposed to be and visually what it's supposed to represent, I would say most fans probably didn't read that much into it, but there was definitely a large community of more diehard fans, the people like me posting on forums and stuff all the time back in the early 2000s. There was a lot of us where like we figured this out and understood the implications pretty early on after the game's release. But a lot of the internet guides and game facts posts and stuff like that kind of affected people's perception of the creatures, and especially like names for creatures and things not being super accurate. Flew totally over my head when playing this when it first came out. A lot of that also comes down to how old were you when playing this when it first came out, because depending on how old you were and how world weary you may have been, like I played this game when I was like 13, almost 14, but I was kind of trying to think of a nice way to describe it, but I was kind of a disturbed child. I went through abuse and things like that to some degree, and I was aware of many darker, more mature elements of life at a much younger age than probably a lot of other 13 to 14-year-olds. So the concept of sexual abuse, the concept of rape, the visual clues of like pistons going in and out of fleshy walls, and a two-headed creature, a beast with two backs being a sexual reference. This was all stuff that didn't feel like it was going over my head the way that it would for somebody who was maybe a little bit more innocently minded when they first played this. All right, we're going for blind arsonist. We're just going to pull the rope closest to the door and see if we got it. Because it's been almost 10 hours since I started the stream. It's almost 6 a.m. for me, and I would like to go to bed. Damn, we didn't get it. All right, where's our arsonist? Murderer, arsonist. Top right. The longer you play, do you find yourself becoming more scared or psychologically affected by the game? Not at all, Jed. I've got 25 years, basically, of experience playing the game. It's the exact opposite. The older I get, I'm almost 40 now. The older I get, the more I have experienced the horrors of real life. Real, tangible pain and loss and suffering. And seeing that represented in games and media has less and less of an effect. You become desensitized to fictional horror because you are more aware of what actual horror in real life is. So, no, it's the exact opposite. The longer I continue to live and the older that I get and the more life experience I have, makes fictional horror just sort of seem very small by comparison. It has far, far less of an effect. And I just have lots and lots and lots of experience over playing horror games over a very long period of my life. So I've been a horror fan since I was a little kid. So horror just doesn't affect me the way it does a lot of other people who are less exposed to it, not as desensitized.
Maria? Maria?
Maria, no! What happened to you? Why?
You mean just in
Why?
one sitting, like a 10-hour session or overtiredness? No. Especially not for a game like this that I've literally got tens of thousands of hours of experience playing Silent Hill 2 and thousands of hours of experience playing the Silent Hill games in general. It doesn't matter how tired or awake I am. I'm so vividly familiar with these games, they don't affect me psychologically or make me scared or anything like that. Not for many, many, many years.
Mary.
How did Maria die? I mean, Wesker, I think you might be overthinking things a bit. You asked earlier, like, how is she alive again? How did she die? Maria is a manifestation. She's not real. She's not going to follow the same rules of life and death that a regular person does. She is still a part of James's delusion. She's not real. She's a manifestation of James's delusion. She is here to remind James of the death of Mary. She's dead because that will remind James of the death of Mary. The method of her death for why she's laying in that bed is completely irrelevant. What matters is she's lying in that bed with similar lesions and wounds on her skin as Mary had in the late stages of her illness when James finally killed Mary. The condition of her face and all of the blood and everything that you see there is just meant to remind James of Mary, what she looked like in her final moments. She's being used as a tool to remind James of the truth of what he's done and break him out of his delusion. That's why she can die and come back, and then die again. and come back again, because she's going to be alive once we get to the double Pyramid Head fight and then get killed again. It's all supposed to just be invoking those memories in James. She's not just following the rules that a typical real person would be in terms of life and death. You're thinking about it a little too literally. We've got some tombstones here with names. This is one that is particularly interesting, and I don't even have a definitive answer. There's most trivia and most things when it comes to Silent Hill I'm pretty well knowledgeable and versed in. Miriam K is one of those big mysteries of the original Silent Hill 2. Who Miriam K is and why is she a traitor has never gotten a clear answer. There are some fans who speculate that it's a reference to the Hawaiian princess. In the history of Hawaii, there was a Miriam K who was supposed to have been married off to a Japanese politician for the sake of sort of uniting Hawaii and Japan. And she wound up passing away from this like mysterious illness that a lot of people hated her, and it was sort of went down in history that she was like hated to death. Why that would be referenced? It's a Japanese development team, and this is something that is a part of Hawaii and Japan's history. So it could have just been something that the development team, someone on the development team, wanted to include, because that is a part of their history, their culture. But it would seem like a very strange thing to pull and reference for one of these tombstones, even with that in mind. Then you have Miriam Locane. There's another Miriam that's already referenced in the game. But Miriam Locane was a child. She was a little girl. The brother of Billy Locane. They were victims of Walter Sullivan. I don't know how you would interpret a small child being brutally murdered by Walter Sullivan with an axe as being a traitor. So it seems like a weird, deep-cut reference if it's the Hawaiian princess thing, and it seems like not Miriam Locane, not to mention the initial is wrong. It would be Miriam L if Locane was the intended person. So we don't really know who's Miriam K supposed to be, why she's a traitor. There's no definitive answer. One of those mysteries that still has no definitive answer. Name's too scratched up. Name inscribed on the tombstone, Walter Sullivan. We have plenty of background on Walter Sullivan, even just from this game alone. Serial killer who brutally murdered small children, Billy and Miriam Locane. They retcon and expand upon a lot of Walter Sullivan's lore when they wrote Silent Hill 4, but I was talking about this earlier. When you first read the newspaper regarding Walter Sullivan, it's important to keep in mind, a lot of Silent Hill fans forget or are unaware that the series was not written as a series. It wasn't written as a continuous franchise. They made the first Silent Hill as a standalone game, and it sold well. So Konami kept Team Silent devs around to make another one. They made Silent Hill 2, which was meant to be the second entry into an overall anthology, since it didn't directly tie in or follow up the story of Silent Hill 1 or the characters of Silent Hill 1. It was a completely separate story in a completely separate part of the town. The only thing really in common is the setting itself, Silent Hill. Silent Hill 3 went through multiple iterations, where it was originally going to be another entry, unrelated entry as an anthology series, where the story wasn't going to have anything to do with 1 or 2. That version of the game was going to be a rail shooter, similar to like House of the Dead or the Silent Hill arcade game that eventually wound up coming out several years later. So that version of Silent Hill 3 got scrapped. There was a second version of Silent Hill 3 after that was also unrelated that got scrapped. And Team Silent took a lot of the feedback from Silent Hill 2, because a lot of fans of Silent Hill 1 were unhappy with Silent Hill 2 when it very first released, because it wasn't continuing the story of Harry Mason and Alessa Gillespie and all of those plot points that were left open at the end of Silent Hill 1. People weren't happy that Silent Hill 2 didn't finish that story the way they were expecting it to. So then Silent Hill 3, after those first versions were scrapped, eventually became the Silent Hill 3 that we know, that became released and was the follow-up to Silent Hill 1. And simultaneously, while Silent Hill 3 was being developed, Silent Hill 4 was being developed. So it's not like they had Walter Sullivan completely planned out by the time they made Silent Hill 2. They had no idea this was going to be their main antagonist for the 4th game. They didn't even know there was going to be a 4th game when they made 2. So it wasn't until 4 started development that they reached back into the lore of Silent Hill 2, plucked out the character of Walter Sullivan, and expanded him for that game's story. So, little history lesson. Because again, that's one of those things a lot of fans of the Silent Hill series don't seem to understand. I see so many people kind of think that Team Silent had this entire franchise planned out and wrote everything and knew how it was all going to connect from the very beginning. It just wasn't made that way. It wasn't. The development was happening one step at a time. They made the first game, it did well. They made the second game. That's the feedback from that game influenced how they made the third game. And then by the time you get to Origins, after 4, Team Silent was disbanded, and then Konami was just kind of giving the rights to Silent Hill to whoever wanted to make something. So they just kind of handed it out to whoever. Climax Studios for Origins, Double Helix for Homecoming, Climax again for Shattered Memories, Vatra for Downpour, Way Forward for Book of Memories. So it all changed and evolved as it went along, yeah. People like to think of it as this nice, neat little franchise where everything connects and has super deep meanings and connections to each other, and that it was all like planned ahead of time. It's just not reality. It's not how it is. I think they probably didn't anticipate fans scrutinizing every minute detail. It was still pre-lore era of the internet. Oh, absolutely. And I think ultimately, when it comes to like making the Silent Hill games, Konami and the developers do not give a shit about continuity. They just don't. Fans do. Fans care a lot about it, and fans are going to pick apart and look at all these little things. But I don't think there is any great efforts being made back with the original games all the way up to the current ones being released to really make everything connect as deeply as a lot of fans think that it does. And again, I'm saying that as a hyper obsessive Silent Hill fan that has been following this franchise since the first game. Maybe my perspective's a little bit different than a lot of people who got into the series later, because I feel like your interpretations and feelings about the series, if you got into the game and if you got into Silent Hill in 2006, you know, you're experiencing it from a completely different standpoint, where you're going back and playing through a library of all these things that already exist, as opposed to someone like me who's been following it from, hey, there's this new horror game called Silent Hill. It's supposed to be kind of like Resident Evil. It's got monsters and guns and tank controls. Couple years later, like, holy crap, they're making another one. It's unrelated storyline wise. It's in a different part of the town. Who's this James Sunderland guy? Where's my Harry Mason? Your perspective of the series is very different when you kind of experience it from that linear, you know, everything coming out as it came out, experiencing it all as it came out, and watching it change, watching it grow, watching it evolve, seeing all the retcons happen in real time, as opposed to viewing it as like a complete package after the fact, after everything's already come out. And then in 2006, the movie came out and messed up people's interpretations of the games even further.
What are you doing?
Yep.
What does it look like? He always busted my balls. You fat, disgusting piece of shit. You make me sick. Fat ass, you're nothing but a waste of skin. You're so ugly, even your mama don't love you. Well, maybe he was right. Maybe I am nothing but a fat, disgusting piece of shit. But you know what? It doesn't matter if you're smart, dumb, ugly, pretty. It's all the same once you're dead. And the corpse can't laugh. From now on, if anyone makes fun of me, I'll kill him. Just like that.
Eddie, have you gone nuts?
I knew it. You too. You're just like him, James.
Hey, I didn't mean anything.
Don't bother. I understand. You've been laughing at me all along, haven't you? Ever since we first met. I'll kill you, James!
Not if I kill you first, Eddie. C Warrior says, man, I love this scene. Its performance, its flash cuts and angling. Not sure if the remake quite hits the same for me. There's certain things in the remake version of this scene that I really like. I like Eddie's performance. I like Luke's performance as James. I prefer the cinematography and kind of the pacing of the original, but I really like Eddie shooting the corpse and emphasizing, like, and a corpse can't laugh, and like shooting it in between each time, like really driving home just how violent and unhinged he has become. I like that aspect, but I also can't help but laugh when James just punches him in the fucking mouth. I can't help it. I understand why that change happened, because this scene ending with Eddie just sort of like shooting James, and then they have a little fight, and then Eddie goes into the next room, and then they talk some more, and Eddie talks some more, and then they fight again. It doesn't flow very smoothly, especially the way modern games are typically designed. So they wanted to make all of these scenes and these fights flow together a little bit more and make a little bit more sense. So you can't just have Eddie shoot James. So it's like, well, what are we going to do? What is going to stop Eddie from shooting James? So we just have James punch Eddie in the mouth. And then Eddie just walks off to the next room and they pick up from there. So you kind of skip this first phase of the fight and it flows a little bit more smoothly into the main fight in the next room. I understand why those changes are there in the remake, but it is still funny no matter how many times I see it. James just punching Eddie right in the fucking face. Also, I really love this room. Really love this room. Because these are some of the very few moments where you get to see James's otherworld and Eddie's otherworld overlapping with each other. James's otherworld, his subconscious is projecting all of these ideas of suicide in the form of familiar corpses that resemble James being littered around the town and littered around the environment. Eddie's otherworld is very cold. You can see the meat locker sort of coldness, the fog hanging in these rooms, just the color grading, this bluish green overlay for the color grading for these scenes to give the implication of that coldness of Eddie's otherworld. And to him, the corpses are his bullies, the people who have been manifested by the town to torment and bully him and push him into insanity. So the fact that we're getting this version of the otherworld very, very briefly, where Eddie's subconscious and James's subconscious are both kind of clashing and affecting things at the same time. It makes me wonder what they're going to do with Silent Hill 1 Remake, because they're going to have to do something with Harry meeting Kaufman for the first time and Kaufman taking a shot at Harry and Harry being like, wait, don't shoot. I'm not here to fight. They're going to have to redo that scene, and I am going to laugh my fucking ass off if Harry walks in and Kaufman points the gun at him and Harry just punches him in the face. If they just do the exact same thing again to get out of like, well, we can't just have a character shoot another character. If they do the exact same thing again, I'm going to lose my shit.
Do you know what it does to you, James? When you're hated, picked on, spit on, just because of the way you look, after you've been laughed at your whole friggin' life. That's why I ran away after I killed the dog. Ran away like a scared little girl. Yeah, I killed that dog. It was fun. It tried to chew its own guts out. Finally died all curled up in a ball. Then he came after me. I shot him too, right in the leg. He cried more than the dog. He's gonna have a hard time playing football on what's left of that knee.
You think it's okay to kill people? You need help, Eddie.
Don't get all holy on me, James. This town called you too. You and me are the same. We're not like other people. Don't you know that? Let's party!
Good party. Good party, Eddie.
Eddie? Eddie? I killed a human being. A human being.
A human being. I really miss this dialogue being in the remake too.
Mary.
Or not being in the remake,
really
rather.
Did you die 3 years ago?
You don't get this little bit of self-revelation. James sort of coming to the conclusion. He's starting to question his reality, wondering if Mary really died 3 years ago. Like, after killing Eddie, his delusion is starting to fall apart. The remake not having that, like no sort of dialogue or internal monologue or anything for after the Eddie fight, felt a little bit lacking. There is a nice little touch of detail in terms of mocap performance where James starts rubbing his hands. And it's similar to the way that he's rubbing his hands in the sink at the very start of the game, which is sort of when his delusion first starts, when he's coming to terms with having killed Mary. So the idea is like, okay, we can see this little kind of like physical tick from James that shows that he's kind of back into that mindset again of having killed someone, and his responding, he's got a natural stress response to looking at his hands and rubbing his hands. So there is a little bit of physicality, a little bit of acting to it, but I still really would have liked to have some kind of dialogue to emphasize the moment there. I felt James just saying absolutely nothing after the Eddie fight was very odd. I just joined. Why can't a character shoot another character again? Because in modern games and like modern remakes and stuff, they're treated with more of a sense of hyperrealism. Like, typically when a human being shoots another human being, they show visible injury. They don't just like shrug it off and keep fighting. The kind of thing that you can get away with in games 20, 25 years ago, but with modern games, people would be like, he just shot him in the chest. Why is he fine now? Why is he instantly okay? Hey, Sir Giggs. Thank you. Thank you, thank you. he's okay because he chugged a health drink. I mean, that's just sort of the way modern game logic works, you know? I was making jokes about that in Resident Evil Requiem. Whenever you're in gameplay mode, it's like, yeah, let me just use my med injector that magically heals me of all injuries. But when you're in a cutscene, it's like, oh no, Leon is injured. Let me run over and help. Oh my god, you can barely stand. And it's like, would it make sense to have that happen in that cutscene? To have Grace just be like, here's a med injector. And Leon's just like, all right, I'm good as new. There's a line, there's a very distinct line between game world logic during gameplay and game world logic during cutscenes. And for modern games, like, to cross that line is sort of the unspoken rule, you know, that you're not supposed to do. So if Silent Hill 1 Remake were to come out, and Kaufman meets Harry for the first time and just fucking blows a hole in his chest, and it follows video game logic, gameplay logic of, like, Harry's just fine. Let me just drink a health drink. And then be like, wait, don't shoot. I don't want to fight. You've already shot me in my chest, but I'm okay. Just don't fight me. It would be weird. Like, they're not going to do that. Fish key.
Did I scare you?
Yeah, you did.
You're here to find Mary, aren't you, James? Well, have you?
No. Is that why you're here too?
She's here, isn't she? If you know where she is, tell me. I'm tired of walking.
I wish I knew.
But she said it in her letter.
What letter?
Wanna read it? But don't tell Rachel, okay?
Who's Rachel?
She was our nurse. I took it from her locker.
My dearest Laura, I'm leaving this letter with Rachel to give to you after I'm gone. I'm far away now, in a quiet, beautiful place. Please forgive me for not saying goodbye before I left. Be well, Laura. Don't be too hard on the sisters. And Laura, about James, I know you hate him because you think he isn't nice to me, but please give him a chance. It's true he may be a little surly sometimes, and he doesn't laugh much, but underneath he's really a sweet person. Laura, I love you like my very own daughter. If things had worked out differently, I was hoping to adopt you. Happy 8th birthday, Laura. Your friend forever, Mary. I see so many fans playing Silent Hill 2 who, like, do not understand that Mary was not dead for 3 years, that's part of James's delusion, even though the game very flatly explains it during this moment. And I'm guessing a lot of people just didn't read this letter or pay attention to this cutscene for that to fly over their heads. It's always sort of strange to me. It's like, the game pretty bluntly explains this part.
Laura.
Happy 8th
how
birthday.
Old are you?
I turned 8 last week.
8 last week.
So, Mary couldn't have died.
Couldn't have died 3 years
3
ago.
years ago.
Very
Could she really be
bluntly,
here?
plainly stated.
Is this the quiet, beautiful place she was
And for
talking
some reason,
about?
a lot of fans still don't grasp it.
Me and Mary talked a lot about Silent Hill. She even showed me all her pictures. She really wanted to come back. That's why I'm here. Maybe you'll get it if you see the other letter. The one Mary...
Although, to be fair,
Huh? I must have dropped it.
Laura.
most of these situations that I'm talking about where new
Laura!
fans playing Silent Hill 2 original don't pick up on this detail, a lot of that comes from like r/Silent Hill posts on like the subreddit within the last, few years. And I feel like people just don't have the attention spans these days that we used to. I think people rarely sit down and play a game and focus on just the game. Like, they've got a stream or a video open up on their second monitor. They've got their phone that they're constantly grabbing and checking and looking at. So there's a lot of times where it's like, oh, the cutscene started, I'm going to check Twitter. And they scroll Twitter and they don't actually pay attention to what's going on. I'm going to look at TikToks. And just wind up missing all of these very plainly stated aspects of the story. And then they go on Reddit, they're like, I don't get it. If Mary was dead for 3 years, how could this happen? There's a piano here. I remember how much Mary liked to play the piano. She wasn't very good, but I still loved to hear her play. That was so long ago, before we were even married. Why am I thinking of that now? Nice little bit of dialogue there. James having a nice little memory of Mary playing piano badly. Got the key to room 312. The key to the room where Mary and I stayed. Can't watch streamers who are playing a story-heavy game and aren't actually reacting to the cutscenes, or busy thinking subs or something during important moments. Drives me nuts. Yeah, same. I mean, I can understand it with certain games and playthroughs and with certain streamers, but a lot of the time that's an instant click away for me. That's why modern games repeatedly tell you how to progress the game and will frequently repeat like story. Like, it won't just tell you a story or plot point like one time and then never bring it up again. you'll have to have like, okay, it's mentioned in a note, but we can't just have it mentioned in a note. We need to have the main character also say it out loud, so that if the player wasn't paying attention to the text, there will be an audio version of that same information. So you read the note, and then you have the actual character be like, oh, this is why the virus spread to this and became that mutation. And it's like, okay, now we have to have a third scene where this character relays that information to another character so that we enforce that plot point even more. It's like, we gotta have all of these fail safes for major plot points for story now, for people not paying attention. I don't know, man. Like I said, attention spans are just not what they used to be. There's a book open on top of the desk. It looks like a medical book. I've already read enough medical books. None of them ever did any good. I like that dialogue. We're getting this insight into how James feels. Like, Mary still died. It didn't change anything. I'm not interested in this because it didn't help me then. Why is it going to help me now? Remember reading an article a couple months ago that TV show writers are now writing their shows to have story reiterated through dialogue, because so many people are just listening to shows while on their phone or doing something else rather than watching and paying attention to the screen. Yeah. Yep. That is how movies and TV shows and games and everything is designed now. Got to try to appeal to a large market, and a big part of the market is going to be people not paying attention. People being purposefully overstimulated. It's so hard for anyone to just like put their phone down, even for like a 30-minute episode, let alone like a 2-hour movie or a 12-hour game. Photos are scattered all over the bed. What's this? Part of the photo has been colored over with a marker. So if we go downstairs, we can get a solvent to remove that ink and be able to see the code. But we can just brute force this, which is how I learned to speedrun this game 11 years ago. There's different ways of dealing with the briefcase now. Modern speedrun strategies involve RNG manipulation. So at the very start of the game, the amount of time that you spend on the title screen before starting a new game will affect what seed you are on when you start playing. And when speedrunners get really good, really consistent at spending the exact amount of time right down to the frame of animation that they spend on the title screen, you can always consistently start your game on roughly the same frame, usually within about 5 frames of each other. And once you've speedrun this game like hundreds of times and experienced all 5 of those frames in that little group, you'll know what seed you're on once you get to the very first randomized element of the game, which is the starting position of the hands of the grandfather clock in the apartments. So as soon as you see the hands on the clock and it's like, oh, they started at 115, I know I'm on seed 138. So I know what position the Hanged Man puzzle's going to be. I know what all these randomized puzzle elements are going to be. ahead of time, including the briefcase. So with modern strategies, you use RNG manipulation, and you just know the answer to the briefcase by the time you get to it. When I started speedrunning this game 11 years ago, in 2015 strats, that wasn't discovered yet. RNG manipulation was not a thing yet. So instead, we learned to cycle through all of the possible briefcase combinations, all the possible solutions, as quickly as possible. And we learned sort of a little bit of a metagame of how this puzzle works. So not only can you just cycle through all the possible words, there's 24 possible words that this briefcase can be, all, 4-letter words. So one thing to keep in mind is you will always have to turn a dial at least once. The solution to this briefcase will never be any of these letters that it's on when you first examine it. So it's not going to start with L, meaning it's not going to be the word lock. It's not going to be the word luck. It's not going to be the word love. The second letter will not be V, which means it's not going to be the word over. The third letter is not going to be E, so it won't be over, it won't be open. And the fourth letter will not be T. It won't be any of the words that end with T, like dust. So now, from here, we start cycling through all of the possible combinations that it can be, and we use the least amount of clicks to cycle between each one, starting with mama. It's not mama, so from mama, you can click twice, or 4 times here, and you get damn, D rather, and then you can click, I keep going the wrong direction, 4 times here, and you get from mama to damn. It's not damn. From damn, you go to dark. From dark, you go to dose, lose, love. We already know it's not going to be love or lock or luck, so we go through those to kill. After kill is hell, help, down, and we got it with down. So that's the way speedrunning would work back in the day. And I was doing it pretty slowly there just to kind of explain, but that was it. Me and every other person who did speedruns of this game back in the day, you just memorize all of the possible briefcase combinations. You rule out the ones based on the starting letters when you first examine the briefcase, and then you cycle through all the other ones as quickly as possible with as few clicks between each letter as possible. So mama, damn, dark, dose, lose, love, lock, luck, kill, hill, hell, help, down, town, time, over, open, dusk, dust, null, and so on and so forth. But we got it. Cinderella Music Box. And there's another fun speedrun thing here. You can actually go out of bounds to get the last music box instead of using the employee elevator. Do people want to see me do this the normal legit way, or would you like to see the speedrun strat? What would you like to see, chat? You want to see some neat out of bounds stuff? Or do you want to see me just do it the legit way? Out of bounds? Neat stuff? Tecto Jester says legit. What's the third option? Third option is all of the above, where I put all my things on the shelf and then don't ride the elevator and go to out of bounds instead. Third option, the Chad way. Changed my mind to out of bounds, actually. All right. Shelf's empty. You gotta try to ride the elevator. Weight allowance is 1 person. James is too fat. So normally you have to put everything in your inventory on this shelf. And instead we're going to go out of bounds. I need to make a backup save here because there's a decent chance I mess this up. It's a little bit different on the enhanced edition because of the widescreen perspective, the way I set up the out of bounds. Compared to how I learned this out of bounds on the base unmodded PC version. But we're going to run over this direction. I'm trying to line up the text. I'm mashing quick save, which is why it says game save in the bottom left, and then trying to open my map while my flashlight is off, which is what's called a text hold glitch. As long as you're quick saving and there is other text held on the screen by the quick save function, it prevents certain things from loading in, which is why I can go up the stairs, but it doesn't zone me back up to the next part of the hotel, the upper floor. So instead, we're kind of running around. Wow, I got it first try. It puts us out of bounds, and by running in a very particular way out of bounds, we can make our way right here to the stairwell. And now we're right in front of the office without having to put all of our stuff in the shelf and ride the elevator down here. So we can get our VHS tape and our can opener. And we can go and get our last music box right over here. And back into the stairwell. We've got our music boxes. No return trip to the elevator necessary to collect all of our things. There's light bulbs in the can. This is the biggest, most egregious thing that was omitted from the remake. No canned light bulbs. No canned light bulbs in Silent Hill 2 Remake. I can't believe they would leave those out. And I did so many playthroughs of Silent Hill 2 Remake. including a cam hacked playthrough where I looked around all of the environments, because there's a lot of references to like puzzles and things like that from the original game and from other games in the series that are hidden around in the environments out of bounds. I did a whole cam hack playthrough to look around out of bounds and everything. There's no canned light bulbs in the Silent Hill 2 remake. The closest you get is there's a light bulb that breaks and you have to replace it, and the one you replace it with, you have to dip it into red paint. So like technically there is a light bulb that you put in a metal can, but there's no like animation for that. You're just combining items in your menu to make a red paint covered bulb. You're not actually seeing a bulb in a can. So sad. No canned bulbs in Silent Hill 2 remake. And here is the thinner. If you were to solve the briefcase puzzle the normal way and just reveal the code from the photos, you grab it in that elevator, but nah. Just memorize all the possible combinations and cycle through them. Bust a move in our special place. It's tradition. We always have to do the music box dance. I'm going for the ritual ending, I see. Speaking of which, okay. Just making sure I'm set up for the endings that I'm going to show. And it's time to watch the tape. It's time for the feels.
Are you taping again? Come on. I don't know why, but I just love it here. It's so peaceful. You know what I heard? This whole area used to be a sacred place. I think I can see why. It's too bad we have to leave. Please promise you'll take me again, James.
Mary.
So there you are, James. Did you get the letter? Did you find Mary? If not, let's get going already, okay?
Laura. Mary's gone. She's dead.
Liar, that's a lie!
No, that's not true.
She died because she was sick?
No, I killed her.
You killer! Why'd you do it? I hate you! I want her back! Give her back to me! I knew it! You didn't care about her! I hate you, James! I hate you! I hate you! I hate you! She was always waiting for you. Why? Why?
I'm sorry. The Mary you know isn't here. Laura, I'm sorry.
James, where are you? I'm waiting. I'm waiting for you. Please come to me. Do you hate me? Is that why you won't come? James,
That voice!
James, please hurry. Are you lost? I'm near. I'm waiting nearby, James. Please. I want to see you, James. Can't you hear me?
Press the switch, but nothing happens. Flashlight stops working. And the hotel starts reverting to its actual state in reality. This is another one of those things that a lot of fans often get wrong, misunderstand about this section of the game. They think that the burned, waterlogged version of the hotel is the otherworld version of the hotel. It's the other way around. The nice version of the hotel that looks the way James remembers it from 3 years ago, that's the otherworld hotel. This is slowly reverting into the way the hotel is in actuality, where it's been burned down and waterlogged and flooded as an attempt to put out the flames, and then left in a state of decay and damage. And what's really interesting about that is when Bloober Team was working on the Silent Hill 2 remake, there were a lot of members of the development team, the devs behind the Silent Hill 2 remake, who did not understand that aspect of the hotel. And they had Masahiro Ito, one of the original developers for the first 3 games, and creature designer, and he played many roles. Most people only credit him as like creature designer, but Ito was heavily involved with a lot of aspects of the development of the original games. So they had Ito on as a consultant, and Ito noticed that a lot of the devs were getting that wrong about the hotel, misunderstanding that the nice hotel's the other world. The messed up hotel is reality. So Ito corrected them, and the devs went in and tried to add elements into the game to make it a little bit more clear to players as well. In fact, if you're playing on PlayStation 5 and you like go back to the main menu, the PS5 menu, where you're selecting what game you're going to play, it kind of tells you like stats, and it tells you where you left off in the game, like what percentage overall you are through the game and where you left off. So if you enter into the hotel at the very start and you go back to the PS5 main menu, it'll actually say like Otherworld Hotel. This little audio-based scene was also removed from the remake, and I don't understand why.
I'm very sorry.
But you're a doctor. It's your job to heal people. How can you just let her die?
Please, calm down. As her doctor, I promise I'll do what I can. But there's still no effective treatment for her condition.
How long does she have?
I'm afraid I'm not sure. 3 years at most. Perhaps 6 months.
So that's where your 3-year timeline comes from. That's where your 3-year timeline comes from. They put the recorder audios instead, but the recorder audio that they put in, like the final tape player that you find in the decrepit hotel, is not the same as this. It doesn't give you the same information. This is giving you the 3-year timeline and a literal reaction of how James reacted to the doctor's information that Mary's disease is terminal, that there's nothing else that they could do. Like, it's not the same. They didn't just put in, recorder audio instead. This information, this audio, everything about this scene is omitted entirely from the remake. I have no idea why. Also, a little bit of trivia about this scene. Did that doctor sound familiar to you Silent Hill fans? Because that is played by Dennis Fault. Dennis Fault is the voice of Walter Sullivan in Silent Hill 4. This is his first time working with Team Silent on a Silent Hill game, doing the voice of Mary's doctor for that little audio scene. And then they bring him back for Silent Hill 4 for Walter Sullivan. Alright, let me make a save here, because this is where we're going to show multiple endings. So first, we're going to do the Rebirth ending, which involves picking up this book, The Crimson Ceremony. And then after the Rebirth ending, I'll reload the save, not pick up this book, and we'll get one of the regular endings. The title is Crimson Ceremony. Speak, I am the Crimson One. The lies in the mist are not they, but I. You all know that I am one, yes, and the one is I. Believers, hearken to me, 20 score men and 7,000 beasts. Heed my words, and speaketh them to all, that they shall ever be obeyed, even under the light of the proud and merciless sun. I shall bring down bitter vengeance upon thee, and thou shalt suffer my eternal wrath. The beauty of the withering flower and the last struggles of the dying man, they are my blessings. Thou shalt ever call upon me and all that is me in the place that is silent. O proud fragrance of life which flies towards the heart, O cup which brims with the whitest of wine, it is in thee that all begins. I know, we're not doing UFO or dog ending this time around. Those are always the fan favorites whenever I play through Silent Hill 2 Classic. I like trying to show these endings sometimes. It's not like we'll never play Silent Hill 2 ever again. I've played it thousands of times before. As long as I continue to draw breath and physically be capable of playing video games, you can rest assured I will play it again. Thank you, Techno Jester. I'm glad you're enjoying the playthrough. You should check out my YouTube channel. We're celebrating 9 years that I've been partnered on Twitch. And this year will be 15 years that I've been streaming on Twitch in general. So I've covered all of the Silent Hill games, every single one in the franchise, with as much information and trivia and everything that I've learned about the series over the years. So definitely check out my YouTube channel. Just Nub Zombie on YouTube.
Why are you running away?
In fact, I can link that for you here.
It's you.
You're already subbed? Perfect.
Angela, no.
For anybody who isn't,
Thank you for saving me.
apparently I
But
can't
I wish you
copy and
hadn't.
paste things. There we
Even
go.
Mama said it. I deserved what happened.
No, Angela. That's wrong.
See, even Mama said it. I deserved what happened. Like, her mother is abusive as well, just in a different way. Emotionally manipulative.
No! Don't pity me. I'm not worth it.
And there's her father and brother on either side of the stairs.
Or maybe you think you can save me.
That's why
Will
Mama's
you
the
love me?
only one left.
Take
She's already
care
killed
of
her
me?
father. She's already killed her brother.
Heal all my pain. That's what I thought. James, give me back that knife.
No. I won't.
Saving it for yourself?
Me? No. I'd never kill myself. It's hot as hell in here.
You see it too. For me, it's always like this.
Sly Hannah, thank you so much. Thank you very, very much. Welcome back for the 12 months. Very much appreciated. Hi, Pandawan. Please use English in chat. Me and my moderators cannot moderate the chat if it's in a language we don't speak. What's my favorite character from Remake? Actually liked James's performance, but also surprisingly like Angela. Didn't like Laura and Maria acting in the remake. I really liked Eddie. I really liked Eddie's portrayal in the remake. I'm surprised you didn't like Laura. Laura I really liked. I think Evie Templeton. I mean, Vlad is here, so true, I guess you can actually help me moderate. But, I won't understand it. Oh, it was the automatic message. We had some other messages earlier that came up in some different languages too. I was wondering about that. That's very interesting that that's the way that works. It's like your local language, the way the celebratory message pops up. Vabla, thank you so much for the 60 bits and the big Angela face.
I was weak. That's why I needed you. Needed someone to punish me for my sins. But that's all over now. I know the truth. Now it's time to end this.
So we're going to step back. We're going to swap to the great knife at the edge of the carpet. And do the horizontal swing attack while quickly changing target between both pyramid heads. This speeds up the swing animation by a few frames, just enough to make it faster than their attacks, as long as everything is timed correctly. And there we go. Double pyramid head fight. Alessa was here on the carpet. Yeah, so Seals of Metatron. You can see there is Seals of Metatron down here on the carpet. And this is another thing that Masahiro Ito has actually commented about. Apparently this was a mistake. This was something that was not intended to go into the final game. It was just like a texture that was in there as kind of like a placeholder thing. And it was supposed to be changed before the final release of the game, and it got overlooked and it stayed in. So Ito said this was actually like a mistake, having the Metatron here, but it became sort of part of the story. And one of the things that a lot of fans remember about this arena, and when it came to like the Bloober Team remake, they decided to keep this kind of stuff in, which is pretty neat. Why did they impale themselves? Because they can't just be killed. They're not just monsters that James can kill. They represent James's guilt. They are the part of James's subconscious that desires punishment for what he's done, for killing Mary. James is now breaking free of his delusion. He's coming to terms with the truth. So that part of his subconscious is no longer there. It's not, they are no longer needed. Yeah. So they end themselves. This is the only time you hear Pyramid Head mentioned in the actual game. There's two moments. So I don't need this anymore. It's just a corpse now. When you first pick up the eggs, it says Pyramid Head was holding it. It's about the size of a quail's egg. It's also on the Great Knife description. Massive weapon wielded by Pyramid Head. Hard to use but lethal. There's a lot of Silent Hill fans who are like, his name's not Pyramid Head, it's Red Pyramid Thing. It says Pyramid Head in the fucking game. He's in multiple item descriptions. Quit being snobs about that. Put the rust-colored egg into the door. Alright, I'm going to make a save here because I'm going to try to do a glitch. Last time I did a playthrough and tried to do this glitch, it wound up corrupting my saves. Um, so hopefully it'll work. This is just a silly glitch. Do the eggs symbolize anything? Yes. So it's not confirmed, but there is a lot of speculation from fans that the two pyramid heads, and the fact that there are two pyramid heads, are representative of the two people that James has killed. It's the guilt manifested into a physical form that James feels for killing his wife Mary and for also having killed Eddie. So the two people that James murdered are represented by the two pyramid heads. From each of those pyramid heads, you get a red, fresh blood egg, and you get a rusty, red and brown, sort of decayed looking egg. People believe that the rusty, decaying looking egg represents Mary's life having been taken within the last week while she was sick, that it represents Mary, and that the fresher blood egg represents having taken Eddie's life just a few moments ago before getting to the hotel. And Eddie, of course, was not sick the way Mary was. So his egg is just like fresh blood. Hey, Keftulu. Thank you. All right. So what I want to try to do here is quick save as soon as I go through this door. And if I do it right, we'll get a silly little glitch.
Mary?
What do you want, James?
I mistimed it.
I brought you some flowers.
Let's try again. Didn't get it. Could you make the argument that Eddie's is more rotten as a symbolism for his soul having taken something's life compared to Mary, who was innocent when she died? Sure. That's definitely a fair argument to make. Again, this is not anything that has ever been outright confirmed by any information within the games, by any supplementary materials, or by commentary from the developers. There is no explicit, concrete answer for why they are eggs, or what the colors of the eggs represent, or why there's two pyramid heads. This is entirely fan speculation territory. So you could absolutely interpret it in multiple different ways. But my explanation is just sort of like the most commonly agreed upon one among most fans. But still just theories. God, it's so hard to time this in the enhanced edition. Saved a little too early. What we want to see is the words "game saved" in the bottom left after James is on the other side of the door.
Mary?
What do you want, James?
Oh, it didn't work.
I brought you some flowers.
I brought you some flautas. I know you like Mexican food.
Mary?
What do you want, James?
I
Okay.
brought you some
Forget it.
flowers.
Flowers? I don't want any damn flowers. Just go home already.
Mary, what are you saying?
Look, I'm disgusting. I don't deserve flowers. Between the disease and the drugs, I look like a monster.
The glitch just breaks
What are
the
you looking
subtitles,
Get the hell out of here! Leave me alone already!
and it
No
makes
use to anyone.
some silly words
I'll be dead soon
and
anyway.
phrases from the
Maybe
game's
today,
memory come up instead of
tomorrow.
the correct
It'd
subtitles.
be easier if they'd just kill me.
So it'll say
I
like
guess the hospital is making
prison
a nice
toilet,
profit off me. They
catacomb,
want to keep me alive. Are you still here? I told you to go.
parking lot,
Are you deaf?
stuff like
Don't
that.
come back.
Formatting memory card. Could not format.
James. Wait. Please don't
But I couldn't
go.
get the glitch to work.
Stay with me.
It's like a
Don't leave
frame
me
perfect
alone.
trick,
I
and
didn't
because
know what I
Enhanced
said.
Edition runs at 60 FPS, it's like really, really hard to get it
I'll be okay.
on this version
I
of the
am
game.
not going to die. Help me.
Some minor speed tech here. It's faster to strafe up and down these stairs if you run forward. James a lot of times will just sort of stop and get stuck on things. But if you strafe up and down, he goes a little bit faster. All right. Time for the final boss fight and the Rebirth ending, and then I'm going to load the save before I picked up Crimson Tome, and we'll get a different ending.
James.
Maria, I'm finished with you.
What? But I'm what you wanted. Mary's dead. Don't you understand? She's not coming back. But I can be yours. I'll be here for you forever. I'll never hurt you like she did. So why don't you want me?
Because you're not Mary. Without Mary, I just can't go on.
Oh, James. Come on, James. You must be joking.
Strategy for this fight. Stand over here next to this corner of the bedpost. Equip the great knife. And swing away. As long as you stand in the right spot next to the bed, she cannot hit you with her tentacle attack.
James. James. James.
Bonk.
Mary, you look so peaceful. Forgive me for waking you. But without you, I just can't go on. I can't live without you, Mary. This town, Silent Hill, The old gods haven't left this place. And they still grant power to those who venerate them. Power to defy even death. Ah, Barry.
Maxie! Maxie, thank you so much for the raid. Welcome, everybody. Don't worry, the stream is not quite over. We're still going to be showing one more ending of Silent Hill 2. We're just enjoying this absolute banger of a song. And Maxie, thank you so much for 109 months. Thank you so much, man. Very much appreciated. Thank you so much for all the love and support over the years, my dude. Nub's gonna start the game over from the beginning to show the other endings too. Maybe. I wasn't planning on it, but I might do a run. Just for the Maxi raid. We might do a quick speed run. For dog ending. Is that Laura spelling something backwards in the song? It's Laura reading the traditional Christian Lord's Prayer in reverse. All right. So that was the Rebirth ending. That was the Rebirth ending. Again, Maxi, thank you so much for the massive raid. And thank you so much for 109 months. And just thank you for all the love and support over the years, my guy. It's been an absolute pleasure. It's crazy to think how much time has passed since I've been on Twitch. I've been streaming. This year is my 9-year, like today, or I guess yesterday now, has been my 9-year partnerversary since I've just been partnered on Twitch. But this year is also going to be 15 years since I started streaming on Twitch in general. October 9th this year will mark 15 years that I've been streaming on Twitch. Crazy to think that we're still here. We're still going. We're still doing this. And Maxi, you've been by far one of the absolute best people I feel so lucky to have met through Twitch. It's been an absolute pleasure having been on this platform and met so many amazing people like Maxi. I can remember when Maxi was just a viewer. I can remember when Maxi was a little viewer, a part of our community, a part of several other streamers' communities, and then struck out to start streaming on his own. And I'm so happy for all the success and community that Maxi has built up over the years. He's put in so much hard work into his own stream. And I've had the pleasure of hanging out with Maxi, meeting him in person at so many different events, at so many different Games Done Quick events. Maxi has been on my couch for a Games Done Quick run. I've been on several of Maxi's couches at several other events, fan meet and greets together at TwitchCon. Maxi's a real one. Maxi's about as real as you can get on Twitch. So much love to Maxi. Much love to Maxi's community. Again, thank you all so much for coming by and celebrating my 9-year partnerversary today. Thank you. It's been quite a ride. And as said, I'm not going anywhere. I plan on still doing this as long as I possibly can. But anyway, I've been streaming for about 11 and a half hours. So let's go. Which save was it? This one? This one. So we're going to go get another ending. We just saw the Rebirth ending. Now I'm not going to pick up the Crimson Tone, the Crimson Ceremony book. And we're going to do this last little part of the game, get another ending. And since we got this wonderful big raid from one of my favorite communities here on Twitch, and one of my good friends from over the years. Oh, we're getting this bug again. That's fun. This happened earlier. I never really have this happen when I do Enhanced Edition. And we keep getting this black screen glitch. But we'll do a speedrun. We'll do a speedrun from the very beginning and do the dog ending just for you guys. After this. So true, I was like, damn, Silent Hill speedruns are kind of sick with it. I need in. It was a while before you even jumped into the speedruns. When you started streaming. When you very, very first started streaming, and I was like, oh damn, Maxi started streaming. And I went and checked out some of your first streams were like Fallout 4 if I remember correctly. I remember watching you play Fallout 4 very early on when you first started. New Vegas. And then gradually you started working in the speed runs, learning the speed runs. And now you're an absolute legend, man.
Mama! Mama, I was looking for you.
That was like 12
You're
years
the only
ago.
one left.
Almost.
Maybe then.
11 years.
Maybe then I can rest. Mama, why are you running away?
Thanks so much, you guys. Appreciate all that love
You're
and
not
chat.
my mama. It's you. Oh, I'm sorry.
Angela, no.
Thank you for saving me. But I wish you hadn't. Even Mama said it. I deserved what happened.
No, Angela. That's wrong.
No. Don't pity me. I'm not worth it. Or maybe you think you can save me. Will you love me? Take care of me? Heal all my pain? That's what I thought. James, give me back that knife.
No. I won't.
Saving it for yourself?
Me? No. I'd never kill myself.
Any volunteers, chat? Who's going to heal her? If you want the good ending for Angela, play Silent Hill 2 Remake, install the free cam hack mod, and get the leave ending. If you zoom the camera
It's hot as
out
hell in here.
during the leave ending
You see
cutscene
it too.
in Silent Hill 2 Remake, Angela
me,
is standing there in the
Always
graveyard,
like this.
just off camera, where James and Laura are like walking back up the path. She's actually there. She makes it out. She's just standing there in the graveyard. So if you want the good ending for Angela, that's what you do. Assume it's just a leftover from reusing the map? Most likely, but you know, we're free to believe what we want to believe. We can interpret it however we like. And leave ending is kind of supposed to be the closest thing to a good ending you can really have for Silent Hill 2. So, I'm fine thinking that Angela made it out. She's just off camera, but she made it out.
Stop! Leave her alone! Leave us both the
I love the Randy Marsh voice. Leave us alone. I thought this was America.
I was weak.
Randy Marsh? Stan's
That's why I
dad
needed you.
from South Park.
Needed someone to punish me for my sins. But that's all over now. I know the truth. Now it's time to end this.
Is it the same actor? No. Guy See's performance there just sounds like Randy Marsh. I might die. Dong dong never die. Stop changing stances, James. Thank you. Never been able to unhear that since you first mentioned it. I'm sorry for ruining that scene for you,
Mary?
Vettis.
What do you want, James?
I brought you some flowers.
Flowers? I don't want any damn flowers.
It's,
Go home already.
Mary, what are you saying?
ever since I noticed it sounded similar, I can't hear that scene without thinking about it myself. So it's haunted me for years. That's just the Randy Marsh voice scene in my head now. Leave us alone. Leave us both the hell alone. Feeling good on a Wednesday.
James, I've been waiting.
Mary, I'm sorry it took so long.
Didn't you want to see me?
Yes, I wanted to see you. Even an illusion of you. That's why I came here.
It's not true, is it? You killed me.
I couldn't watch you suffer.
Don't make excuses, James. I know I was a burden on you. You must have hated me. That's why you got rid of me.
It's true. I may have had some of those feelings. It was a long 3 years. I was tired.
That's why you needed this Maria person? James, do you really think I could ever forgive you for what you did?
Maria ending. I was not expecting Maria ending. I could have sworn I bumped her too many times and she took damage in Brookhaven. I figured we were locked out of that, but all right, enjoy the Maria ending. And I will do a speed run from the very beginning after this. And we'll do a quick dog run to finish off the night and to celebrate the Maxi Raid. Whoops. Bonk.
You killed Mary again?
That wasn't Mary. Mary's gone. That was just something Maria? Maria?
What, James?
I want you. I want you with me.
Are you sure?
Come on. Let's get out of here.
What about Mary?
It's okay. I have you.
Just noticed James has pretty shoes, worn but fancy. They're actually motorcycle boots. They're Harley Davidson motorcycle boots.
In my restless dreams, I see that town. Silent Hill. You promised you'd take me there again someday, but you never did. Well, I'm alone there now, in our special place, waiting for you. Waiting for you to come to see me. But you never do. And so I wait, wrapped in my cocoon of pain and loneliness. I know I've done a terrible thing to you. Something you'll never forgive me for. I wish I could change that. But I can't. I feel so pathetic and ugly laying here, waiting for you. Every day I stare up at the cracks in the ceiling, and all I can think about
Pillow should have been a New Game Plus weapon in the remake.
It all is.
You know what game does have the pillow as a
The doctor
weapon?
came today. He told me
There
I
is
could
a
go
Silent
home
Hill
for a
game with a
short
pillow
stay.
as a weapon.
It's not that I'm getting better. It's just that this may be my last chance.
Yep. Book of fucking memories of all
I think
things.
You know what I mean. Even so.
Because of course.
I'm
Of course
glad
Book
to
of
be
Memories
coming
has a
home.
pillow.
I've missed you terribly. But I'm afraid, James. I'm afraid you don't really want me to come home. Whenever you come see me, I can tell how hard it is on you. I don't know if you hate me or pity me.
Burning
Or
the Vita
maybe I
cart was
just
legendary.
Disgust you.
Yeah, for those who don't know.
I'm sorry about that.
I actually spent a couple years
When I first learned that I was
playing
going to
through
die,
all 500
I just
zones
didn't want
of
to
Silent Hill
accept it.
Book of Memories. And I
was
hated it so
angry all
much
the time.
that when
And
I
I
finished
struck
the
out at
final
everyone I loved
500th
most.
zone,
Especially
I
you,
literally set
James.
my cartridge on fire on camera at the end of the stream.
That's why I understand if you do hate me. But I want you to know this, James. I'll always love you. Even though our life together had to end like this, I still wouldn't.
Which
trade
reminds
it
me, thought
for
you
the
burned
world.
Book of Memories, but then sometime later I've seen you playing it
We
again.
had
Did you buy a new
some
copy?
wonderful
I burned
years
my
together.
copy. My wife also plays
Well,
Silent Hill
this
games.
letter's gone on too long.
And she's also got Book of Memories. So I did
I'll
not
say
play
goodbye.
it. Last time
I
Book
told
of
the nurse
Memories
to
was
give this
played
to
on my
you
channel.
after
My
I'm
wife was
gone.
playing. She was playing her
That
copy.
means that as you read this,
And she was in control. I was
I'm
not
already
playing it.
dead.
I refused to play that game ever again.
I can't tell you to remember me,
I did my time.
but I can't bear for you to forget me. These last few years since I became ill, I am so sorry for what I did to you,
500 zones? Yep.
did to us. You've given me so much, and I haven't been able to return a single thing. That's why I want you to live for yourself now.
The whole thing's archived on my YouTube.
Do what's best for you, James.
If you want to check it
James,
out,
You
there's the
made
link to my
me
YouTube
happy.
channel. Just check the playlists. And you can see the entire thing, all of Book of Memories, from Zone 1 all the way to Zone 500. Including me setting it on fire at the end of all of it. Think it's a bit weird the letter's still read for the Maria ending? I mean, the letter still exists. Like, yeah, it's still important to kind of get Mary's final thoughts and everything across. Even if James is being a fool. Psychic spies from China try to steal your mind's elations. Has anybody else ever heard that mashup? The Red Hot Chili Peppers Silent Hill mashup. It's so good. Give me a second. It's in my head now. One second. I have to share this evil with you. I have to ruin Promise for you. Here we go. Here's the actual ending theme.
Psychic spies from China try to steal your mind's elation. And little girls from Sweden dream of silver screen quotation. And if you want these kind of dreams, it's Californication. It's the edge of the world in all of Western civilization. The sun may rise in the east, at least it's settled in a final location. It's understood that Hollywood sells Californication. Hey, El Sergeant Vera, well, to break the spell of aging, celebrity skin, is this your chin or is that war you're waging?
Firstborn unicorn, hardcore soft porn.
Married the girl, be my ferry to the world, be my very own constellation. A teenage bride with a baby inside, getting high on information. And buy me a star on the boulevard, it's Californication. Space may be the final frontier, but it's made in a Hollywood basement. In Cobain, can you hear the spheres singing songs off station to station? And Alderon's not far away, it's Californication. Born and raised by those that praise control of population. Everybody's been there and I don't need no vacation. Firstborn unicorn, hardcore soft porn. Dream of Californication. Dream of Californication. Dream of Californication. Dream of Californication. Destruction leads to a very rough road, but it also breeds creation. An earthquake's out to a girl's guitar, that's just another good vibration. And tidal waves couldn't save the world from Californication. Hey, El Sergeant Vera, well, to break the spell of aging, celebrity skin, is this your chin or is that war you're waging? Firstborn unicorn, hardcore soft porn. Dream of Californication. Dream of Californication. Dream of Californication. Dream of Californication.
There you go. Now it's in your brain too. Because I can't help but think of that mashup. Anytime I hear the Promise ending of Silent Hill 2 now. So enjoy that little brainworm. All right. Dog ending run. Just for you. Just for you guys. I was gonna call it after the last two endings there. But we got a nice big raid from Maxi Lobes, my good friend, one of my favorite communities on Twitch. So let's do a speed run. We'll do a dog ending speed run. Ready to save some games. And game some saves. Yo, Vetus. Vetus with the 10 gifted subs. The stick bugs. The mannequin stick bugs. Get stick bugged, idiots. Get absolutely stick bugged. Holy shit. Thank you so much, Vetus. Thank you very, very much. If you got a sub from Vetus, please say thanks. Legend. Thank you so much. Just gonna mash quick save while holding this text on the screen. If you've never seen a Silent Hill 2 PC speedrun before, you're all friends with Maxi, you all know. You know the drill. You've probably seen this. But this keeps the game from loading in certain assets. Cutscene triggers, invisible walls, things like that. So we're going to use this strategy to run right through the intersection of the road where you normally trigger the cutscene and see the first lying figure. Have to go follow it and get the wooden plank and kill that lying figure. We're not doing any of that. We're just going to run right through here without triggering the cutscene. Normally there's an invisible wall that prevents you from exploring the rest of the town right here. We're just going to keep running right through that as well using this strategy. And now that we're through it, we can stop mashing. You're going to see me periodically hitting the quick save button, which is a unique feature to Silent Hill 2 on PC. Every time you quick save and put text on the screen in Silent Hill 2, it completely restores James's stamina, so he will always be running at full speed. Go straight for the Woodside apartment key. And now we're heading to Woodside. I feel like doing a speed run is pretty appropriate for my Partnerversary. We did a story playthrough, and now we're doing a speed run. That's been my my bread and butter on Twitch. It's what helped my channel grow to the point of being partnered in the first place. Was speedrunning Silent Hill and then doing story playthroughs to discuss the lore. Grab our flashlight, get out of there. We're gonna go upstairs. Trigger the Laura cutscene. Go grab our handgun. Equip our gun before going through the door. We quick save to skip the animation of James hearing the scream. That soft locks the game, but you can fix the soft lock by aiming. Aiming. You can tell you did it right because Pyramid Head starts glowing red in the background there. Get our room 202 key. If the entire town is one map from the very start, just with triggers, does that technically make it an open world game? I mean, Silent Hill, especially for the time, is like very open. The fact that you were able to run around and explore so much of the town with very, very few cutscenes or things kind of like dividing up the exploration, even in the Silent Hill 1, like on the PS1. They are very open games compared to a lot of other stuff from that era. Maybe not quite fitting the definition of open world game by today's standards, but good clock RNG. Did I run right past the door? No. Casual world record pace, it's gone now. There was a world record here, it's gone now. Because I forgot what door I'm looking at. I'm trying to remember if I ever had any Silent Hill 2 world records. I think I very briefly had an enhanced edition world record when it was like freshly added to the leaderboards just because nobody else had really submitted yet. Running the base PC version back in the day, I don't think I ever had more than second place. Well, I'm definitely not doing it now. Juice. My brain. I've been streaming for over 12 hours, and I was awake for many hours before that, so... We're definitely not getting a world record on this one. But that's fine. Just a fun way to end the stream. We can unequip our gun by hitting the tilde key and skip that fall animation when you drop into the pool. Eddie cutscene. Grab some bullets. Over to Fire Escape. Owned Silent Hill 2 on the original Xbox and never made it past the apartments. Even as a kid, was intrigued by the game, but never played anything like it before and was too scared to figure out how to progress. That's alright. That's how it was for a lot of people. And I mean, games from this era, they can be kind of hard to figure out, you know? They're not really explicit in telling you like where to go and what to do next. A lot of times you're meant to just kind of explore and find stuff on your own. Exhaust all possible options. That's pretty much how the start of this game is. Whoops. Where it's like, you know you need to go to Rosewater Park, but you don't really make your way to Woodside until trying every other possible route that leads to Rosewater Park and seeing that they're all blocked. But in the process, you find the apartment key and realize you have to go through that. Grab some extra bullets. Hey, Dancing Magus. Thank you for the luck. Yeah, we're doing a little casual speedrun. Little casual dog ending speedrun. To finish off the night. I've been streaming for a little over 12 hours. Celebrating 9 years of being partnered on Twitch. And we just finished up a big long Silent Hill 2 story playthrough. And then we got a nice big raid from my good friend Maxi Lobes and his wonderful community. So I figure we'll do a dog ending to keep things going. Do a little dog ending speed run for the homies. Speaking of which, I need to remember to pick up this key. We need the dog ending key. It's coming up right here. Hey, mendigo. Gracias, amigo. Where's my doghouse? Where's my doghouse? Why is there no doghouse? A 100%. I have everything I need. Do I not? Is it when I reset this? Oh, maybe when I... That could be a problem. Can't do a dog ending run if there's no doghouse. Change of plans. There's no blue gem either. But we literally just got an ending. And I did Born from a Wish earlier. Oh my god, I didn't save it. I didn't save it and I restarted the game. Alright. Little detour. Slight detour. I'm gonna have to finish this run again. Yeah. This will just take a second.
What do you want, James?
I brought you some flowers.
Flowers? I don't want any damn flowers. Just go home already.
Gotta do 3 dog endings now?
what are you
I mean,
saying?
kind of.
Look, I'm disgusting.
The 3 dog ending. Where James just sings about his balls. My balls, your balls. My balls, your balls. Don't worry, 3 dog fans will get that joke.
James.
Save game. Still no blue gem? But let's see if the doghouse spawns. We have Leave. We have Born from a Wish. And we now have Rebirth. That should be enough to set up for dog ending, and then dog ending sets up for UFO. It's been a little while since I've gone through and re-unlocked everything. I forgot that all my save files got wiped when I reinstalled. And then I wasn't saving after I got the last two endings today. For whatever reason. Reason the blue gem isn't there is because you need to do a dog ending first, pretty much. There's a couple different ways to get the game to flag the blue gem spawning in and the doghouse spawning in. It depends on the number of endings that you're already getting on each save file. And I just kind of forgot the order a little bit of what endings I've got saves for. So getting a regular ending, and then a New Game Plus ending, and then a Born from a Wish ending, all on one save file, should give me dog. And then dog ending after that should give me blue gem. If I remember correctly. If there's no doghouse now, then I don't know what I'm doing wrong. And apparently I'm just misremembering things. I'm slipping in my old age. Give me a break. I've been on Twitch for 15 years. I'm an old man. It's okay, you still cook good food? That feels kind of mean. Allowed to be like this? I'm officially entering old. But, like, it's okay, you still cook good food is on the same level. It feels like a stupid woman saying she's confused and then being like, that's okay, you're very pretty. You'll get through life just fine. It's like, damn, that shit kind of hurts. Stoner Gohan, thank you so much for the 6 months. Thank you, thank you. I might be old and forgetting things and bad at speedruns, but you know. I can cook good food. At 40, you finish the tutorial and life begins. Don't worry, the life tutorial is free all the way up through Shadowbringers. You're good up until level 70. Then you gotta start paying for your subscription. Hey, Just Evil. Night's been so tiresome, stayed up almost all night trying to put your old SSD into your desktop, and terrible with PC parts. Don't think I'll ever open up a PC again. Working on your own PC, especially like if you build your own PC or swap out components and stuff, if it's not something you do very much, it can be stressful. Trust me. The PC I had before the one I've currently got, I built myself, and it stressed me out so much, and it was such a pain in the ass. Plus, I have big fat sausage hands that are not very good for reaching inside of computers and getting everything into place without a lot of scraping my knuckles. And I was very happy once I actually got it working, and it was my faithful stream PC for many years. But then, what, like 4 years ago? How long have I had this computer now? I think like 4 years. 3 years. I just bought a pre-built. I just did a pre-build through, what am I doing, man? I bought a pre-built through Meta PCs. It's been a very good PC, for what it's worth. It's a bit outdated now. Still rocking the 3060 Ti. But considering most of the games I play are like at least 10 years old, if not older. I play a lot of classic Silent Hill games. I play a lot of classic horror that's closer to like 20 years old, so It's pretty fine. It's okay for what I do. And even on some newer games, like when they're optimized well, it still does okay. I got through my playthrough of Resident Evil Requiem without ever having like graphic issues or stuttering or anything weird going on like medium settings. So that's pretty good for this kind of rig. To be able to handle gaming like that while streaming, as well as all the video editing and stuff that I do for YouTube. So it's alright. Have a small tub of Play-Doh in yours holding up. Yeah, that's thanks to me. That was my genius idea. We got to get you a proper bracket to hold that in place at some point. Replace the Play-Doh tub. Stop hitting me! Bugs! Stun locked me for 3 bites. The heck? Leave. Why are you still here? X left you before you bought a gaming PC. She left with your modded 3DS though? Oh, damn. Not the modded 3DS. don't really have too many modded consoles and things myself. We have a couple of modded PS TVs, which is mainly just to play Book of Memories. Doghouse? Hey, we did it. The dog run is back on the menu, boys. We fixed it.
Did you find the lady you're looking for? What's her name? Mary?
Hey, what's up, Oleander? Welcome back. Hope you slept well. We're still at it. We're still going. Hey, hint of lemon, thank you. Whoops. Whoops. What have I missed? We finished up Silent Hill 2 story playthrough. Showed off the Maria ending and the Rebirth ending. And then I was planning on ending stream after that, but during the course of those endings, we got a big ol' fat raid from the homie Maxi Lobes and his wonderful community. So we're doing a bonus dog ending speedrun for all of our friends to finish off the night. Finish off the night, finish off the day, whatever. Time isn't real. Especially when you've been streaming for 12.5 hours. Go up the stairs, Jimmy. You woke it up, didn't you, Jimmy? $36.91. Nope. And 42.61. Ooh, that's not good. I haven't picked up heals either. It's extra not good. It's fine. I'm sure it's fine. I'm just one hit away from death. It's totally fine. Nothing's gonna hit me. This might be a bit of a problem. You're in my way, madam. No, you're not supposed to hit me. You're supposed to whiff. You always whiff. Like that. Why can't you be more like... Why can't you be more like your brother? Sister. Thing. Fall down. And move out of my way. All right. It's too slow. Maria, heal me. Whatever. Ammo. Ammo, but no heals. That's fine. We don't need heals for flesh lips. No, that's the worst possible time. Reload. over there. Stop going out of your way to kick me. It did it fine the first try. I just fucked up my reload timing. And now it's like determined to get over there and kick me in my face. What is this? I don't trust you. What are you doing? We're good. I just needed to get to this first aid kit. We had the roughest time imaginable doing so. It's fine. I'm fine for the rest of the run now. James. The singular version of James. Just one James, please. I'm doing the music glitch. I've already wasted a bunch of time anyway. There we go. Now we keep our piano music for a little bit. I'm getting extra stuff. And I'm about to run through the intersection where I skipped through an invisible barrier and a cutscene trigger at the very beginning of the game. And because I'm going through that area again, that barrier and cutscene trigger are still there since I never set them off at the start. So I kind of have to like glitch through it a second time. Very fun. Very, very cool. The wrong porch. Give me the wrench. Repeat the glitch. I'm gonna get this health drink for safety. I almost did the same thing again. Nub is destroying his sleeping schedule? That's just life. That's just a daily occurrence. I live my life with my sleep schedule set to random. I got the sleep schedule randomizer run going. Hey Marie, welcome back. Fell asleep and woke up and you're still on? Quite a few people have done the same. Been going for... we're about to hit 13 hours. So I've been awake for like 22 hours or something? Something like that. 20 hours? Math is hard. What's the longest I've been live? About 26, 27 hours. Back in the days when I was doing really super long stream marathons, I would do 20 to 24 hour marathons pretty much every weekend. And sometimes they would go longer than 24 hours. So I'm pretty sure the longest one that I ever did was like 26, somewhere between 26 and 27 hours. And I literally was falling asleep, like at the end of the stream, trying to power through it. That might not work. It worked. Did a little bug room skip glitch there. We duplicate the spiral writing key by quick saving and quick loading right as we pick it up. I kind of mistimed it, so I didn't think it was going to work, but we're all good. Must have been before the YouTube. Well, the YouTube thing's kind of a complicated history with me. The YouTube channel that I currently have is my second YouTube channel. I originally had a YouTube channel that I had started in like 2015. And then YouTube started changing a lot of its policies. And there was a particular problem with YouTube at one point, where if you got copyright strikes on your YouTube channel because it was linked with your Google account, if you got banned on YouTube or copyright stricken enough on YouTube to where it would enact a ban, it would not just ban your YouTube, you would lose access to everything related to your Google account. So your Gmail, your Google Docs, everything. And when that was going on, I was like, you know what? I get copyright flags, false copyright flags from Silent Hill music all the time. And I don't want to risk getting locked out of all of my Google stuff. Just because of dumb YouTube bullshit. So I deleted my original YouTube channel, and one of our regular viewers, Dorian House, was basically re-uploading. I gave him permission to... I forgot the wax doll. I gave him permission to re-upload my stream archives and stuff. So for a while, Dorian was doing that for me. AKA Sci-Fi Guy. And then about 6 years ago, I made my current YouTube channel. So I started all over. And then I made an archive channel. I had to make a second YouTube channel because April of last year or the year before? I don't know. At some point in the last couple years, Twitch changed the way their VOD hosting worked. It used to be where if you highlight a stream, even if it's a very long stream, which most of my streams were very long, like a lot of story playthroughs and stuff that were as long as like 15, 20 hours sometimes. Twitch changed all of that because it used to be you could just highlight an entire stream and archive it indefinitely on your Twitch channel. So that was a way for me to archive all of my past broadcasts and stuff without having them automatically get deleted from my Twitch channel. Twitch changed it and decided partners included can only have up to 100 hours of highlights and VODs saved on their channel at any given time. I had, at that point when they decided to make the change, 100 hours was the new limit that was imposed. I had over 2,000 hours worth of archived video when Twitch decided to make that change. So I had to make a secondary YouTube channel, the Nub Zombie Archives. So I painstakingly downloaded and re-uploaded all of my 2,000 hours worth of VODs that were on Twitch onto the archive channel. Because I didn't want to just bombard my main YouTube channel with, you know, tons and tons and tons of videos being uploaded and people being like, why were there 50 videos uploaded today? Why do I keep getting pings that your channel has uploaded constantly? I didn't want that to happen. So I just made a separate designated channel for all of the stuff that I had to archive before Twitch deleted it. So now I'm running 2 YouTube channels. I've got my main YouTube channel where I put up my edited stream highlights and playthroughs and the videos that I make specifically for YouTube, like the icebergs and loop theory discussion video and all that kind of stuff. That all goes on the main channel. And then I've got the secondary archive channel where I put up the raw, unedited streams as they finish. Sir, you're in my way. Anonymous, thank you so much for the gift subs. 2 gift subs from Anonymous going out to Lost Bandit and King Neffy. Thank you so much, Anon. The iceberg videos are awesome. Thank you, Default. I'm glad people enjoy them. They are a huge, huge task with a lot of work to put those together. The Silent Hill 1 iceberg alone, I don't even know how many hours I put into that. Hundreds. Because I kind of worked on it bit by bit over the course of like a year and a half. Okay, bottom left. So, I hope people like them. Please like them. Please enjoy them. They're a lot of work. The Silent Hill 2 iceberg video is like getting close to 700,000 views now, which is absolutely mind-blowing. It's by far the most like well-received thing I've ever done in my life. The Silent Hill 1 iceberg is only at like 27,000 views, so put it on loop when you go to bed tonight. Help your boy out. It'll get more views when Bloober makes the remake? Probably. But YouTube these days is a total crapshoot. The way the algorithm works, and YouTube just randomly will restrict people from seeing my content. Like, actual people who are subscribed to my channel will not see that I've made, like, a new upload. Because YouTube will just randomly restrict stuff from people. That whole site and system and everything is so utterly broken. So I never know how a video's gonna do. And they don't always tell you what's even happening. Like, if a video gets restricted, I don't always know. And if a video does get restricted and it does tell me that it's restricted, it doesn't tell me why. Like, I just finished my Resident Evil Requiem playthrough last week before last. And part 1, part 3, and part 4 of the Requiem playthrough, totally fine. No restrictions, no issues. Part 2 of Resident Evil Requiem got restricted. So it won't show it to people who don't have their age registered as part of their YouTube account to prove that they're over 18. And it didn't tell me why. It doesn't say, like, excessive violence, excessive gore, too much chunk ass. Like, I don't know. It just randomly decides, like, this is not suitable for people. So it's not going to show up. Like, okay. Cool. That's fun. I like that. It's very fair. Yeah, sometimes you can get demonetized for, like, swearing or content or things like that that are not even part of your video or thumbnail. Yeah, that's a big part of it. It's a lot of it is automated, and AI is just fucking dumb. And doesn't moderate things correctly. But yeah, YouTube's a huge pain in the ass. Huge pain in the ass. There was also Silent Hill 1. I uploaded a Silent Hill 1 playthrough last year. And it was literally just gameplay of Silent Hill 1, the way it always is with me. I didn't play anybody else's music. I didn't show anything outside of just me talking and playing Silent Hill 1. And the video got flagged as using a cover of a composer named Daniel Rothermish, who does covers of video game music. And he's apparently done covers of Silent Hill music. And my video got flagged as using his cover of the ending theme to Silent Hill 1. And I was like, no, I am just playing the game. The only audio in the game is the original game audio. It's not your cover. And I responded to the copyright claim with literal proof, evidence, like, here is the original soundtrack, and here is what's played in game, and here is Edgar Rothermish's cover. You can see they are not the same. I am presenting this evidence to you to remove the copyright strike. And despite providing evidence showing exactly what was going on, my appeal got rejected. So the copyright strike stayed. After evidence. So I re-uploaded the video after editing out the song, the audio in question, so that I could get the copyright removed. and I just put text on the video that says, "I'm sorry there's no audio. This dickhead, Edgar Ruthermish, falsely claimed my video, so now I have to pull out the song." So I just put a big text thing on the screen like, "Fuck this guy, fuck false copyright claims. This is bullshit." And the dude's like a well-known composer. He's done like movie soundtracks and shit. But apparently in his spare time, he does video game covers and fucks over YouTubers. Who are not even using his music. Speaking of copyright, this video will not be on the main YouTube channel. This one's only going to be on the Nub Zombie Archive channel, so make sure you subscribe to the secondary channel. The non-monetized one. Where stuff like this is gonna go. Oh my god. I did the out of bounds and forgot to get the damn... I forgot to get the damn music box. It was such a good out of bounds. On the story playthrough, I got it first try too. And then we got it pretty clean here. Like, it's coming back to me. Over here. Sorry to distract, but I gotta know, did you get any of the notorious monster drops you were hunting the other day? Nope. But I did find out that one of the things that I was hoping to get, it turned out I already had on my main character. And I just forgot. I was trying to sort through my inventory because it was very cluttered on my main character, and I had a lot of stuff on there from, you know, the last, like, 2 years, 3 years, ever since Horizon launched. And as I was sorting through stuff, one of the things I was trying to get was the Zealot's Mitts from Humuju the Torrent in Gideus. And I was going through my inventory, and I already had the upgraded version of them, the Devotee's Mitts, sitting on my main character in storage. I was like, oh my god. I'm an idiot. All right. Dog time. Oops. It's after the tape. Must be after the tape. There we go. Enjoy the dog ending. Nice, casual 13.5-hour stream. Thank you all for being here and celebrating 9 years of me being partnered on Twitch. I really appreciate everybody's love and support. Thank you all so much for joining me for all this. Really quickly again, shout outs to CTs for the massive $200 donation at the very start of the stream, like 13 hours ago. And thank you so much for the $20 donation from someone who did not give me their Twitch name, and I don't want to dox them and give their real name. So I will call you Kay. Thank you so much for the $20 donation, Kay. Thank you very much. And thank you all for being here with me. Enjoy the pupper.
お前の仕業だったのか。
All right. Well, that does it for the stream. I said I would try to get to some other games after Silent Hill 2, but it's been 13 and a half hours. I'm very tired. Very sleep. So, sorry. No Final Fantasy 11. It'll have to wait. But thank you guys. Thank you guys so much. I appreciate all the love and support. I really, really cannot stress enough how much it means to me. I said, this year is going to mark 15 years that I've been streaming on Twitch. And today, yesterday, whatever, marked 9 years of partnership on Twitch. And I got no plans on stopping. As long as I can keep doing this, as long as you guys enjoy what I'm doing and support me, I want to try to keep doing everything I can to stream as much as I can, to work on as many videos and things for everybody to enjoy. My next big projects for YouTube, before I jump right into the Silent Hill 3 iceberg, which is definitely going to happen. I'm going to start scripting it and outlining it and stuff like that. But before I really buckle down on getting that done, I'm going to start working on recording my audiobook readings of the Silent Hill novelizations. So I'm going to be doing full audiobook quality narration and reading for the novelized versions of Silent Hill 1, 2, and 3, as well as Silent Hill F. Because that finally got its English translation. So that'll be something to look forward to. It might take me a while to get all of that recording done and get those out, but that'll be the next big thing I'm trying to work on for the YouTube channel. And of course, I'll still be streaming as regularly as I can right here on Twitch, playing Silent Hill and horror, but also a lot of variety. I'm trying to work in more variety into the rotation. We've been having a lot of fun with our community lately playing Final Fantasy XI. I want to play some Street Fighter 6 because Alex just came out. Eventually, I want to pick up Slay the Spire 2 and do some Slay the Spire. We were talking the other night about doing some Phasmophobia community games for anybody who wants to join for Phasmophobia, so we might try and do that one of these upcoming nights. But yeah, in general, I'm gonna try to work in some more variety and things on top of still doing the occasional Silent Hill playthroughs, speedruns, stuff like that. Of course, this year is also going to be Silent Hill Townfall. So we're going to be in full Silent Hill nerd mode when Townfall comes out. Doing multiple playthroughs, doing all the research, learning all the trivia, all the history of the developers, all the lore in the game, learning the speedrun, all of that good stuff. So once Townfall hits, we'll be in hardcore Silent Hill streaming mode again. So look forward to that as well sometime this year. Phasmophobia just got a massive update. They just did a big update for Tanglewood. One of the original maps got a complete rework, a big overhaul. And there's a lot of other big updates that are planned for the game. They're going to be updating character models and profiles. For anybody who hasn't played it in a while, there's a bunch of new ghosts. The Galu, the Dion, and the Obambo. So there's a lot of new fun stuff in Phasmo, especially if you haven't played in a little bit. And then yeah, the new Tanglewood, which is awesome. I've already played on it a bit with Rachel and with some of our other friends off stream. So definitely down to do some Phasmophobia community games and stuff one of these days. But right now, I'm gonna go pass the fuck out. So, thank you again. Really, really appreciate everybody being here, all the love and support. As said, I'm incredibly lucky. I am very blessed to be able to say that I've been streaming for this long, to have gotten partnered on Twitch, and still be doing this after 9 years of partnership, and still have all this love and support from you guys. It's thanks to this amazing community. You've gotten me through some really difficult times in my life. I've had a lot of ups and downs, health problems, mental problems, moving to a new state and reestablishing my life, and things have been all over the place. But we're still here, we're still alive, we're still doing all of this, and I wouldn't be able to do it without all of you guys, all of you who watch and just support me and enjoy what I do. I couldn't ask for a more amazing, amazing community of people. So, thank you all so much. I cannot stress enough. You've changed my entire life for the better. So thank you all. I love you guys.